His jury members, industry leaders, faculty representatives, participants, and dear students. And also, I welcome Professor Shobha, Director, Department of Collegiate Education, Government of Karnataka. Welcome, madam. Welcome. And Dr. Shobha is one of the inspirations to this Manthan also, I can say, because ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತೇಜನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ FKCCI ನಮಗೆ ಒಂಥರ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ಲೋ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸಮಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ವಿ ಅವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವೇರ್ ಆಸ್ Professor Shobha has taken so much of this thing responsibility in this regard. And also Manthan again when government of Karnataka started with FKCCI, so she has taken a major role in, especially from the government concern. Thank you very much, madam, for your concern. And dignitaries mainly Ankur Bazin, as well as our chairman Shravan Gutudar and Pranav. Okay, I think already you might have known about the Manthan, this thing, what exactly the Manthan and what exactly the workshop, how this thing, you people already applied everything. Okay, in this regard, I would like to open today a third knowledge workshop, and it is my great privilege and honor to welcome to you all to this FKCCI INNO Manthan third knowledge workshop. Today is an important milestone in our journey for nurturing innovation and promoting entrepreneurship among your minds. On behalf of FKCCI, I sincerely thank you for your presence and active participation. Your enthusiasm and commitment to the democratic demonstrate the growing spirit of innovation and enterprise within our academic and business community. Manthan is designed to encourage students and aspiring entrepreneurs to think beyond textbooks and transform their ideas into practical, scalable, and sustainable business models. This platform not only provides an opportunity to compete, but more importantly, it offers a learning experience. Through this knowledge workshop, we aim to strengthen your understanding of business planning, market research, financial planning, presentation skills, and implementation strategies. Today's session is especially significant because it bridges the gap between the idea generation and real world execution. Our expert mentors will guide you on the refining of your concepts, identifying opportunities, improving feasibility, and preparing strong business presentations. Their insight will help you enhance clarity, confidence, and competitiveness. See, it's like there is nothing what you call textbook or degree is concerned here. See, degree and textbook all academic. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ನಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದು ಓದಿ ಒಂದು ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಪಡಿಬೇಕು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದರ್, ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ and we get the knowledge what exactly how the this thing each subject was. Whereas here, suppose you might be an engineer or you might be a BCA or a BSc or BA, whatever it is. Suppose if you think one business model, suppose in your surrounding areas, you think there are so many working class people, all go to business or working from morning 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, night 10 o'clock. They can't even pay the electricity bill, taxes, all see so many. And in that you can have one small business center also, like you can open one small center, collect all the money or whatever this thing they have to pay, and you take the 2-3% service charges. This is also one model, so that you will also money, even their work will be done like this. See, once upon a time, about 30 years 40 years back, in our house, we know only coffee and tea. One type of coffee, one the filter coffee, illa one the brew coffee, correct? But today, how many types of coffee is there? How many types of tea is there? See, these are all innovation. These are all new living. Even still, a lot of things can be done. Even today, yesterday, about a few days back, I saw one person with only black coffee. he made different taste. So like that, innovation or whatever you think, plan. Suppose if you think ನೀವು ಬಾಳೆ ಎಲೆ ಇದೆ, ಬಾಳೆ ಎಲೆ ಏನಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ವೇಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ನೀವು ಆ ಥರ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ನೀವೇ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸತಿ ಮನೇಲಿ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದಂಗೆ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನೇ. So like that, there are so many plans. I'll request all the students go through this workshop also, and also in future also, whatever plan is there, you convert it into business or as an enterprise, so that you will gain more knowledge, and also you will earn, and also your name will be in the list also. So I would like to appreciate the dedication of all participating institutions and faculty coordinators and mentors who are supporting their teams. Your encouragement plays a vital role in shaping the next generation to the entrepreneurs and leaders. Okay, I would like to thank all the college faculty members, head of the departments, and also principals, all these people, and also all the government officials for supporting this. Because without college administration or principal or faculty members, nothing can be. Because unless they motivate the children or students, you cannot come here. Okay, thank you very much for all your support to the college. Because this time almost we have received more than 1,700 plans. Thousands. Before it was only 650 to 800 or up to 1,000. This time we have crossed 1,500 mark. I think next year we will crossing almost more than 2,000. This is all because of staff and also students who participated in this. To all the persons, I urge you to make the most of this workshop. Engage activity, listen carefully, interact with the experts, and observe as much knowledge as possible. Innovation thrives when ideas are discussed, questioned, improved, and refined. Use this opportunity to strengthen your vision and take your business ideas to the next level. FKCCI remains committed to supporting entrepreneurship, innovation, skill development, and industry academia collaboration. Through initiatives like MANTHAN, we aim to create a strong ecosystem where young talent can flourish and contribute to the economic growth of our region and the nation. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to this workshop and wish everyone a productive, inspiring, and successful session ahead. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you so much, Vice President Sir BP Shashidhar, for giving the welcome address and the opening remarks. May I now request the dignitaries to start the event by lighting of the lamp. So any occasion that we do with the lighting of the lamp as a traditional one. So may I request all the dignitaries on the dais to
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः।
Thank you, everyone. May I now request the most dynamic chairman of FKCCI, Shravan Gurutor, to kindly present or give his observation remarks.
A beautiful morning to each and everyone present here. Friends, Manthan started with 1,904 applications. This was a couple of months back. Then in this year's the 18th edition, INNO Manthan, we saw 671 teams come forward and formally present their business plans. And out of that 671, today we have shortlisted 265 teams from Bangalore, beyond Bangalore, to come to this stage. So a huge round of applause to each and every one of you for having come forward this far, and the journey only continues, right? Originally, when you all submitted your applications for FKCCI INNO Manthan 18th edition, you were all competing with your ideas alone. But today, beyond ideas, you also have the strong intent, increased levels of confidence, right? And also clarity in the whole approach towards this program. Friends, many of us dream quite a few things, but it's only the few of us, precisely speaking, the 265 of us, who actually took the next step to convert their idea into something concrete, put it into slides in the form of business plan over the last couple of months. And you are the ones who are ready to get evaluated in the next stages of Manthan by putting yourself in front of the jury, in front of the mentors, right? So you all have come a really long way. Whatever are the questions that are posed to real life entrepreneurs, real life businessmen, are the questions that will be posed to each and every one of you. Is this idea going to sustain? What problem are you going to solve? How are you going to get your first 100 customers? How are you better than somebody else who is already doing the same thing in the same industry? And more importantly, this is also a phase where the excitement starts reducing a little bit because hard work starts taking the front step, right? You need to be all the more focused. Friends, and that's precisely why we have these knowledge workshop series, right? This is the third installment of the knowledge workshop, and these are, like our vice president BP Shashidhar mentioned, these are not theoretical classroom trainings. And you must have already gone through knowledge workshop 1 and 2, most of you would have, and you would have understood by now that we look forward to speakers who are industrialists, businessmen, founders, co-founders themselves in various startups, different capacities that they have served in real life, who come forward and share their practical insights with us. So talking a bit about what lies ahead of us, today's session we will be having different topics, starting with a recap of the whole business plan sessions by Mr. Chinmay Ananda, who is here with us, and then followed by AI leverage session by Ankur Basan. Our co-chair will be taking that session, followed by a session on startup policies and what schemes are available for early stage entrepreneurs, which will be chaired by Mr. Pramod Prabhudev. He is the founder of Research Innovation Entrepreneurship Development Cell. And post lunch, we will also be joined by Mr. Sharath Shamsundar, who will be sharing his knowledge on essential business registrations beyond incorporation. Then we have Ms. Jivika Podar, who will talk about the right business structures, including IP. And then we have Mr. Vinay Karthik, who will talk about GST and what you must know at a very basic stage. So this is what is in store for today's knowledge workshop. So what happens next? So FKCCI annual feature program is the third edition of Global MSME Conclave. So this conclave is happening on May 29, 30, and 31. all of you are welcome to attend this 3-day conclave, which is happening in Palace Grounds, Tripuravasini Palace Grounds, on 29, 30, and 31st of May. Specifically on the 30th of May, the speakers have been selected in such a way that they would share their insights from early stage startups perspective as well. So the second day, that is, which falls on a Saturday, 30th of May, which is going to be in Bangalore, Tripuravasini, all of you are requested to attend this massive conclave and benefit from the speakers. In this conclave, we are also having about 200 stalls from different MSME business verticals. You will also have an opportunity to experience real life progress, the achievements that these businesses have got, right? So, and also on 30th of May, we are also having parallel mentorship sessions. We will be calling few renowned speakers, again, startup founders, who will be sharing their guidance, knowledge with you one-on-one. Right, so this is not going to be a stage setup. Parallelly, whenever you're free in between the sessions, you will have to walk up to the mentors. There will be a designated mentor area wherein you will have to walk up to them and get your queries clarified. So this is the next immediate step. And immediately after that, we would be having the jury rounds, and the mentorship rounds will continue all through the month of June. Right, in towards the end of June or until the mid of July, we will be reaching to the final stage, where we will be having the grand finale sometime around mid of July. So this is the chronology at the moment, and I request each and every one of you to participate in each of these events, because in each of these rounds you will get an opportunity to there will be people to ask you questions, help you further understand what you're trying to do, help you further make changes to your business plan, and hence you'll be even more ready when you face the jury. So mentors, of course, uh, will help you not just in understanding what your business is, but they will also tell you why it deserves to exist, or what changes you need to make so that it will see the light of the day in the future, right? So over to the next phase. The journey will continue today, and I request all of you to be open to, willing to learn, willing to improve, and also don't be emotionally attached to a particular idea. If realistically speaking, practically speaking, you are supposed to make some changes, be open to it, right? Don't get confused between confidence and preparation. All of us are confident. At the same time, we need to put in the necessary efforts to prepare ourselves, because the next rounds are only going to get so much more involved and detailed. So on behalf of the entire Manthan team, I welcome each and every one of you once again, and I wish all of you, move forward in a very stronger, sharper manner, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Shravan, for the observation and the remarks about the Manthan program. May I now request the dignitaries to honor and felicitate the the Professor Shubhaji, Director of Department of Collegiate Education, GOK. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Shubhaji to come make her remarks on the Manthan program. May I request everyone to give a big round of applause.
Ellarige namaskara. Good morning to each one of you present here. Vice President of FKCCI, Mr. Shashidhar, Chairman and Co-Chairman, Mr. Shravan and Mr. Basin, and the dignitaries on the dais, the faculty members, the other organizers, and my dear young creators, the future entrepreneurs, students, and each one of you who are here. Once again, a very warm good morning to each one of you. How are you all feeling? Shortlisted and being called for the third knowledge workshop. Is it a special feeling today? Isn't it? Because Mr. Shravan was telling you like how it trickled down, from 1,600 plus applications to the submitted ones and the shortlisted ones. And then we have the two groups today from the government sector and the private other colleges who are here for the knowledge workshop. So a huge round of applause to each one of you, because each one of you all chose to think differently, come out of your comfort zone, go beyond the curriculum, textbooks, and the learning, and you're here with your new thoughts and ideas. My dear young students, this is what the society and the country needs. Representing Government of Karnataka, State of Higher Education, I would like to say that our youngsters today are filled with knowledge, thoughts, imagination, creativity, energy, dynamism. You're brimming with all this, and you're ably supported by your institutions, both in the private sector and the government colleges. But what is required for the young generation is a hand-holding, mentoring, a path where that can take you to different parts. Today, just the knowledge where you can think differently and create solution to the day-to-day problems that are around us, the local, the realistic problems that are here with us, in and around us. If you can think differently and bring out with solutions, that is what is important, and that is actual true education. And in that context, I wish to congratulate FKCCI for taking this initiation. It's not the first time. 17 consecutive years, they have turned out very, very successful Manthan programs, taking learning beyond colleges, connecting education, industry, and academia and everything together. Innovation, industry, innovation, and education, putting it all together, stitching it up together. They have been organizing very successful Manthans over the years, and guided in the portals of Manthan, very successful entrepreneurs have emerged. And for the first time, Government of Karnataka, Department of Higher Education has partnered with FKCCI Manthan, and we have called it as INNO Manthan, FKCCI INNO, or Innovation Manthan. Why government has partnered? Government has partnered because the state government believes in the capacity of the youth. It believes that you all can do things differently. And it believes that learning is not just confined to the four walls of the classroom. And this is the time where we have to encash on your creativity, your wisdom, your knowledge, your innovativeness. That is why it is a partnership between State Government of Karnataka, Higher Education, and FKCCI. And I'm really honored to represent the government and be here as a part of the department. And I wholeheartedly congratulate the entire FKCCI INNO Manthan team for beautifully conceptualizing this and bringing it to this level. And I'm sure in the days to come, there is further hand-holding, mentoring, discussions with the industry experts, and a lot of grooming that is going to happen in the days to come. And today's knowledge workshop 3 is beautifully curated. As Mr. Shravan was telling, there is AI, there is GST accounting. There's so much in that which each one of you will be going back equipped with. My dear students, entrepreneurship is not just about setting up your own company. Entrepreneurship is basically a mindset. Eventually, whether you're going to become entrepreneurs or not, that the future will decide depending on your efforts and skills. But what learning that you're going to garner through these series of knowledge workshops and mentoring system will be life skills, and the skills which will really help you whether you're into entrepreneurship or you're an employee. These skills of life you're going to learn, which the portals of the classroom or the institution will not be teaching you only. So though the learning, what is happening in the classrooms are very, very important, that is not the only learning. And today, this is extremely important. So in the true sense, the true essence of life and learning is happening here. And we are once again very happy to support you all in this. Keep your minds and ears open. Ask a lot of questions. This is the platform where you can meet investors, where you can meet successful business people, industrialists, and connect well. Make the best of it. Network whenever it's possible. Meet like-minded people. Meet people who are very different from you. Meet those who are dreamers, who are passionate about entrepreneurship. I tell you that no college can give you one experience which is available under one roof with this kind of diverse people. So make the best use of it. Once again, I appreciate and congratulate each one of you for thinking differently, for believing in your dreams, and being ready to learn new something from expert people here through Manthan. Once again, I congratulate each one of you. ಮತ್ತೊಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಶುಭ ಹಾರೈಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನವೀನವಾದಂಥ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಹೊಸದನ್ನ ಕಲಿತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಶುಭ ಹಾರೈಕೆಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್.
Thank you so much, madam, for your remarks on the Manthan program, on the 18th edition of the Manthan program. May I now request the dignitaries to step aside as we are going to start the first session. The first session is going to be conducted on the recap of the business plan by Chinmay Anand. I'll just give a brief about Chinmay. Chinmay has been a very good friend for me, at least since more than 5 years now. So Chinmay Anand has a financial educator, a business storyteller, speaker, author, and an investor. Since 2014, Chinmay has trained and consulted over 11,000 business owners and non-financial managers globally on the subject of business of finance. He is proud owner of 6 failed business, which taught him what not to do in business. So I think he's the guy where, you can find out why not to fail and how to succeed. Chinmay has developed finance programs that are taught to MBA students in Australia and American University, namely Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, Torrance University, Australia, University of New England, Kennedy University of Leadership, USA. He served as a national treasurer of Professional Speakers Australia between 2018 and 21 and is active Rotarian. He actively invests and raises funds for startups and family businesses, along with providing strategic consulting services while selling, buying, merger, and acquisition of companies. Please give a round of applause for Chinmay Anand.
Thank you. Thank you, Pranav, for that warm introduction. Good morning. Namaskara. How many cricket fans? IPL ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? RCB fans? ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ಪು ನಮ್ದೇನಾ? Now, have you observed after the batsman gets out how they walk back to the pavilion? ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? Andre, what I wanted to do is I wanted to hit this shot. I wanted the ball to go there, but yengo ingotoytu. And Virat Kohli, 2 golden ducks. Ball hing bandbiಡ್ತಾ. ಹೇಗೆ? How? And then he went about doing this. Which means the shot they practiced in nets, the shot they played during the match, and the shot they wish they had played are 3 different things. Similarly, in public speaking, there are 3 speeches. The speech I practiced, the speech I gave, the speech I wish I had given. Similarly, when you are competing in these kind of competition, the business plan you wanted to prepare, the business plan you have actually submitted, and the business plan you wish you had submitted are 3 different things. How many of you have given an opportunity you would like to resubmit your business plan? Sorry, chance illa, miss agogide. You missed the bus. However, now that you have been qualified to the next round, the 3rd knowledge workshop, how do you move forward to the jury? How are you going to face the jury is something that we will help you prepare. Knowledge. Before acquiring a knowledge, and you have an edge because you know something, it is information. And information is something that you get in the books. I think Shashidhar sir, now he was saying all the textbooks, academics. No, there's information. There's a lot of information online. How to use it is knowledge. That is where teachers, educators, they will come into the equation. When to use it, how much to use it, that's a skill. And that cannot be taught. That has to be practiced. So here we are not going to get into that skill aspect because you have to practice, but we will further try to understand the knowledge with regards to what to do, what not to do. Now, rather than keeping this as a theory, yes, I've got slides with regards to what we are supposed to do, the recap. I would like to take the actual business plan that you have submitted. Let us use that as an example and let us do a recap, which means I'll be giving opportunity for 4 teams to come here on stage and let's have a brainstorming session so that you understand what to do, what not to do. This is like a mock jury round that's going to happen. But how many of you are interested to come here on stage, jump here on stage? As expected, 1 or 2 hands. So which means all of you want to compete in this competition. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಮನಿ ಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬ್ಯಾಡ್. ಹಂಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ? ಡಿಸ್ಕೌಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ? Everyone wants to achieve something. Everyone wants to be successful. No, ಇವಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ. No, people ask me, Chinmay, how can I improve my public speaking skill? Simple, speak in public. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬುಕ್ ಏನಾರು ಇದೆಯಾ ಸಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ? ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದಾ? It's a skill. In business, decision making is a skill. How can you improve a skill? By practicing. Now there's a swimming is a skill. All of you agree? Swimming is a skill. There's a funny saying. Once a professor did a lot of PhD, he did PhD, wrote thesis books about swimming, and finally with all the books, he jumped inside the pool. Only the books floated. And that is what is going to happen with all of you. If you just keep on gathering information, YouTube ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರೇನೋ ಅಂದ್ರು, ಅವರೇನೋ ಅಂದ್ರು, ಇದೇನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಂಟ್ರಪ್ರಿನರ್, ಅಂತೆ ಅದಂತೆ, information. You need to know how to use it, how much to use it. Now I know you all need some kind of a motivation. For all the 4 teams who are going to come here on stage, I will be giving you a copy of my first book. ನೋಡೋಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲಂಚ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಅಂಕುರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ even I want to be on stage. So before you come here on stage, I want okay, hey, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, relax. Hey, by the way, that's a book, not a Facebook. Before you jump here on stage, I would like to understand where exactly your business plan idea is. You remember this? The 3 lines. If our client or customer gives us dash rupees, so which means I would like to hear when I ask you, who is your client, who is your customer, which means who has your money, what are you selling, at what price, we or I will give them. So I want to know whether you are a 1-person team or you have got 2-3 people in your team. What is that you're going to sell? A product or service, both product and service, within dash. So how effectively are you able to deliver that product or service? So quick recap, client or customer, are you in B2B, B2C? And do you know your margins? To an extent. Then what exactly are you selling here? Your team, and why you and not someone else? Who would like to answer? Check. In on mic, check. Yes, your name is? Sadir.
So our customer is B2B, and we would ask for give them around 30 to 40K margin of profit. It's like a robo cupboard type.
Cupboard.
Yeah.
So what is the selling price of that robo cupboard?
Selling price would be 30 to 45K.
35 to 40,000.
5K, yeah,
Okay.
1,000.
So when you say, is it B2B?
Yeah, B2B.
So some business will be purchasing.
Yep.
Okay.
Like both B2B and B2C. Like first B2B and
choose
then
one.
B2B.
B2B.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of businesses? Small business owners?
It's like large,
medium scale business.
Yeah, medium scale business.
Okay. As of now, how much turnover do you think they will be making? 50 crores, 100 crores, 200 crores?
50 crores.
Okay. So if a business which is making 50 crore turnover gives us 35,000 rupees, you're 1 person or 2 people, or how many in a team?
1.
Okay. I will give them that robo cupboard within
around 30 to 45 days.
This is what jury will be asking you. Okay. Who else would like to answer? Yes. We'll come to you.
It's a B2C and it's a subscription type model.
So when you say B2C, be more specific.
What?
Be more specific. Men, women, both, age.
It is for all the men and women both.
Age group?
Age group between 18 to above. 18 above.
Oh, ಏನ್ರಿ ಹೊಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು 80 100 ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕನ just be more specific 18 to 25 30
We are divided into 3 categories.
One category
18 to 35.
18 to 35. Okay, we'll further narrow it down later, but we'll start with it. If an adult or an young adult in the age group of 18 to 35 will give us,
they'll give us 499 for a month. We are going to be provide them emotional support towards our software.
What product is it? What membership?
It is a service provider type.
What
We will
will I
provide
get?
the service emotions to them. Emotions, human emotions.
So you're selling human emotion. Is it like a mental
Yeah, kind of.
rehab? Okay, okay, in the mental health space.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Who else?
So the product I'm coming up with is a bottle and a coaster together. It's a hydration companion, mainly targeting office workers, desk workers.
Okay.
It's going to start as a B2B by selling like bulk quantities to companies.
Okay.
But after it reaches a certain stage, we are planning to go D2C as
Okay.
well. So the team will give them the bottle within, for the first batch, we are approximating 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
So what this will do is that at the desk, it is in most alerts or something, it is not very sudden.
Selling price?
Selling price will be, for companies, will be 4,500. For general public, 5,500.
For one bottle?
Bottle and coaster.
Bottle and coaster put together.
Yes.
So which means if a corporate company and the HR manager wants, let's say, 100 of these bottle and coaster, if they give you 4,500 per piece, you're going to give them that particular item within 2 to 3 months as of.
Yes.
Okay. Let's keep improvising on that. Maybe another 1 or 2. Oh, yeah. You can use this.
So like our idea has both B2B and B2C, but for now we'll keep it on B2C only, sir. So like if our mostly students, we'll be having a very limited amount. We'll keep it 2K. So if a client or customer, if the student gives us 2K, we will give them courses that are certified, basic courses that are certified within instantaneous amount of time. So like if you buy the course, or if someone wants to learn about the course, he'll have a detailed version of the course ready with him. So he'll have like a playlist ready available.
Sir,
Yes.
our product, we are selling a customized biofertilizer. It is around 30 to 35 according to the soil requirements and according to the crop.
So you'll be selling to farmers.
Yes, farmers.
When you say B2C, and 35 to 40 rupees per kilo, and you'll what's the duration? Immediately you'll be able to give them?
Sir,
15 to 20.
15,
Okay,
20
fine,
days, yes.
fine. Maybe another one.
Hello, sir. So if my customer gives me 4,500 per month, actually my business is to sell a service-based thing to a government or a bank. So my service is like a surveillance camera which can detect the thief by itself and also catch the thief by using cyber cells in the police department.
Interesting, interesting. Okay.
So the time efficiency can be within 2 months, sir. So I can challenge you that I can catch a thief within 2 days
Okay.
by my camera.
Good to know, and you're guaranteeing it. Very interesting. ಯಾರೋ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. We'll see if it works. Okay. Why don't you come on stage, and also the biofertilizer idea, you can also come on stage. You also jump on stage. Jump on stage. Yes. Sagar, join us on stage.
Excuse me, sir.
Um,
Sir,
so my
is a B2C, sir. Actually, it's like a Bloom's Fair, free eco wellness hub. Okay, and some subscription plans like 4 on a wheel. Then the thing is, it's actually the time efficiency maybe 1 hour. So in 1 hour, what we are going to provide is it will be complete. So where they can blend themselves with the deprivation sessions that will be providing, and 360-degree nature walks, and also will be providing adults or old age people will be providing them some sessions, mental health space. Yeah, so it's like that. So we'll always will also focus like product as well as it's like a service based also. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Huh.
So our idea is from a B2C customer,
Mhm.
whereas our profit margin is estimated around 20 to 25 lakhs.
Profit margin or the selling price?
Selling price, you can say.
Okay.
Sorry. And our idea is a medical dispensing machine, just like a snacks dispensing machine. We will be dispensing medicines, and to build a prototype, it might take to around 6 months.
Okay, okay. So now all of you, I think you have got a hang of shortening your business plan and making it as 1 or 2 sentences. Take a paper, pen, jot down all these notes as we keep brainstorming the following questions with all of them. So what's going to happen is very simple. I've got a list of questions. You can see them here. And I would like all of you to take turn and answer from your business perspective. So obviously the first thing that we would like to ask you is, we want to start with the problem. What is the problem you're actually trying to solve? Take your time. I'll give you the list of 4 questions. What is the pain point? How serious it is? Who feels it the most? And how do you know this is the real problem? Take a minute if you want to process it. And then don't tell me stories, to the point. If you're not very sure, no need to cook up. It's fine. You can pass it. Well, if you are ready, we can start. What is the pain point? So what is that real problem? How serious it is? Like how badly someone wants the problem to be solved, and who is that someone? And how do you know that this is the real problem? Start. It's.
So, sir, I would say the pain point is the lack of necessary syllabus that is there in the education system today. How serious it is? It is a lot serious than we expected to be. Who feels is the most? They are the students only, because they read something, but the company or the market that is available requires something. So there is a lot of gap between there, and we know this is a real problem because many of my own friends who are senior to me, they did graduate, and then many of them found out that okay, this is not my field, and then they had to shift, and then 3-4 years they did another course.
Okay. Your name is?
My name is Atish, sir.
Atish. All of you, what's going to happen now is, or what's happening now is, you all have, knowingly or unknowingly, you have carried your baby with you. And you're showing the baby to the public, audience, the market. Not everyone will like your baby. They will say your baby is ugly. So don't take it personally, as Shravan said. Don't be too emotionally attached with your idea. Take it with a pinch of salt. Now, many of them may not be your target audience. They might also assume and say certain things. But just here, take it as a feedback, whatever it is. Don't take it too hard. Now, Atish is saying the syllabus or the curriculum that is out there in colleges, it's not that very relevant, and something, it has to be made more relevant so that I know this is exactly what I want to learn and graduate and probably work. As you're all students, do you think this is a problem? Okay, nearly 30-40% they think this is a problem. What's the selling price? At what price are you selling?
For students, 2,000. Per student, 2,000
per year, or one off?
It is per course. Depends on the course that the person is buying.
Okay. How many of you are ready to pay 2,000 per course? You see that? We'll have to see. So they will have a lot of questions to ask, and you have to overcome those objections. This is exactly what the jury wants to hear. You are saying this is a problem. You said my senior knows this is a problem. Show me, prove it to me. And this is what you need to do if you have your business plan needs to be taken seriously.
So the main problem is the people want iron shirts, like iron wrinkleless, and they like it takes so many hours to like iron and disinfect clothes and then washing and everything. So basically the main problem is that one, like we want wrinkled shirts and like we want like de-wrinkled
Iron
shirts.
press, neat shirt. Yes.
Yeah, we need a proper iron shirt. And with the help of UV rays, it will disinfect and all stuff. So like how serious is it? Like if you're going to interview or any.
Okay, got that. Who feels this?
Who needs this? Mostly everyone, like the busy professionals, students, and college people.
Okay,
and
let's start
everyone.
with the students. Students, do you think this is a problem? Like suddenly you want to, you wake up at 8:30, and then you're like, oh, I need to go to this, and then all the clothes, it's wrinkled. So do you think this is a problem?
And even not washed. If you're like wearing a uniform also, it will like, it's a daily uniform.
Okay, now how serious is this? Now, for example, 8:30, I woke up or I got late with something, and 10 o'clock I need to be here on this stage. Can you help me in that 90 minutes to get that?
Yes, sir, sure.
Okay. So if he is saying that it can be done in 90 minutes, just understand all the back-end process that needs to be connected. Which means I have to open this, 2-3 taps. I should be able to send it to his inquiry department, wherever it is, and they need to come, pick it up, clean up, do all of those things, and within 60 minutes, it has to be back in my house.
So
just ask yourself the questions the jury might be thinking.
Sir, our minimum schedule would be like 15 minutes. So basically, if it is B2B, like laundry marts, or laundry marts at least take like 2 days for fully like their orders to be done. So like if there are more than 100 clothes, it would like take more time. So with our machine, it would take less time.
Okay, we'll get there. So when you're talking about your machine, we'll come to that USP part.
Sure.
Next.
Sir, the main point was human emotional support. And as a humans, we
Who
always
has the problem?
Human emotions.
Who has the problem specifically? 18 to 30?
It's a between age of 18 to 35. We feel crucial age in human life.
See again, what's the population of people between 18 to 35 here in Bangalore?
In Bangalore.
So this is where you have to go very specific. Again, 18 to 35, you don't know how many of them really feel this problem. And many of them who have the problem, they don't know they have that problem. So what exactly they've gone through? Is it business failure? Is it they failed in a...
It is completely, we research already regarding this. We not particularly picked up Bangalore. We picked up overall India. Then we come across the suicide attempts of India rate was more than 1,70,000.
So now you're getting there. Who has these suicidal thoughts? Where can you find them? So these are all the things you have to keep on narrowing down. See, recently I met this person. She is India's first divorce recovery coach. And still today, divorce is the word itself, there's a taboo attached to it. And only people who are going through, they know what they're going through. And they need some kind of an emotional support. Many a times they reach out to their family and friends who are not experts in this. And now she is trying to offer that kind of a service. And it's not very easy to find people, even though the divorce rate is going up. So you need to figure out how exactly you're going to reach out to them. We'll get there. Yes.
So the main point is traditional cameras only record. Even if the crime is going on in front of it itself, it's only going to record, and when the police comes to there, they are just going to see it like a cinema. So actually what my cameras do is they actually pinpoint that thief or a murderer's face there and also send it to the cybercrime itself. Example, you can take my business into the banking itself. So like if you have a locker, you can't go there without your information ID or your face. So if anyone goes near your locker and tries to break it, it is going to pop up a message to your phone and also to the bank's one.
Now you have to be even more specific, because thief is like huge. But now you're saying banking specifically. So be very specific where exactly you are going to start from.
Yes, I'm going to start it from lockers and ATMs, sir.
Okay, good. And then we will get to the other pain point.
Yes.
So the main pain point is that when
We will come there. We'll come to the audience questions later. We'll quickly finish few rounds. Okay.
Okay, the main pain point that most of my users face is that when they are at desks, they are hyper focused on their work or something, and they forget to drink water. So this is a very serious problem because when you are not hydrated properly,
We'll skip that
your
health part.
workflow and all go.
So how do we all know this is a problem?
Yes.
Now the question is, will the market be ready to pay and buy it? That we will get there. We'll get there. I mean, these are the questions they're going to ask. So you be ready. What exactly you're going to say? Same team?
Yes, sir.
Biofertilizer.
Yes, sir. So the main pain point here is farmers using the same generic fertilizer throughout their cropping season, sir, without them actually analyzing what is important for the crop and the soil accordingly. And here we chose biofertilizer because of the sustainability part of it, and we want finally our main agenda is to understand the soil and put some life in it. And the seriousness of problem is I don't even have to tell because we have all our sustainable development goals based on this itself. And there is a lots of microplastics coming into the picture and all of these things happening because of chemical fertilizers. And how do I know this is a real problem? Because of my experience as an agriculture student, I've had a one whole year where I actually been working with a farmer, sir. So through his story, I understood that this can be addressed and customization can be done. So
Now,
that's why I came.
as of now, what are the farmers doing?
So they're using a generic chemicals, basic NPK
If
fertilizer.
they have to use yours, it's an additional cost for them.
Yes, sir. But
And are they ready to pay?
definitely, sir, because they
Have
are
you done
using.
the research?
Yes, sir.
These are the things the jury is going to ask.
Yes.
See, my mother, she runs a mango farm, and ಮುಗಿತಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗೋ ಸೀಸನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಒಪ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಕ್ಕ ಇಷ್ಟು ಎಕರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ and she gets into the negotiation mold. Okay, ಎಕರೆಗೆ 50,000 1 ಲಕ್ಷ whatever happens. And my mother says, these 10 trees, this is for me, don't touch it. Whenever my mother goes, she chooses specifically ಇದನ್ನ ಕೀಳು ಅದನ್ನ ಕೀಳು ಅದು ಕೀಳ್ಬೇಡ ಅದು ಮುಂದಿನ ವಾರ ಕೀಳೋಣ. So she knows which will get right.
Yes.
But the person who has taken that contract, do you think he's going to do that? Hey, ಒಂದನ್ನು ಬಿಡಬೇಡ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೋಡ್ಸ್ಬಿಡು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಹಾಕೋ. Whether it has ripened or it will ripen, he will take all of it. And in front of us, all the crates are kept. They go on putting those chemicals. You can see all the mangoes, everything is same color, as if AI has created. And my mother, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ರೀ ಅಲ್ಲ ರೀ ವಿಶಾಲ್ವನ್ರಿ ಅದು ಪೆಸ್ಟಿಸೈಡ್ಸ್ ಕಲರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದೀರಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಡ ಕಣ್ರಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. ಅಕ್ಕ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಸಾಲ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ನೀನ್ ತೀರ್ಸ್ಬಿಡು, ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಕ್ಕ. Practical problem.
Yes, sir.
This is something that we want you to experience by doing research. That is what the jury would like to know. All right? Okay.
So, sir, as I told you, our product is to relieve the depression. See, nowadays, people who are working in IT or non-IT fields, they want something as a relief part. If we plan
is this an app?
No, sir. It's a hub.
Bloom's
Fair Eco Wellness Hub.
So this will be like a rehab center, or is it?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay.
So, and it's going to be for 18 to 60 years of people can join. And there will be, it's like, when the people enter, they don't feel like the mindset will completely change.
Okay. Well, I'll stop you here simply because all of us, we know this is a serious problem. When I was in Australia, stuck in COVID situation in 2020, I remember hearing on the radio where lockdown was there. Melbourne was the city that was in the highest number of days of lockdown, nearly for 240 days. I heard it on the radio how the government was allocating funds to different departments. And the fund that they deviated was towards domestic violence and counseling. Because mental health became such a big issue. So we know this is a huge issue. If it is a huge problem, there are many people who are trying to solve the problem. Now the question comes, why your hub? Why your app? Why not someone who's already has got these things? So we'll get into that part. So in your case, problem, yes, it's a big problem, universal kind of a problem. How are we going to solve is what we will look at. Now the solution has to be very simple. How does your product work? What exactly is that slight innovative thing? And is this first of a kind, or you're trying to improvise on something that has already been built? Why is it better? Why should I come to your hub and not send someone to Nimans? Why should I download your 2000 rupees course and not something on Coursera? Why should I go and after your biofertilizer when there are so many other things that are out there, when some celebrities are promoting it? Maybe I'll take 2-3 of you to answer. Whoever would like to answer, go ahead.
So my product, the bottle, it's mainly the electronics are in the coaster part. So this is not a transportable thing which you take everywhere. That's hence we are starting with as a B2B. But how it works is that when you keep your bottle on the coaster, it starts an internal timer, as well as the brightness of it has a light in it, LED. So the brightness of this light gradually increases. Slowly it becomes more and more and more until at a set time it becomes at its peak.
Okay, I'll stop you. See, this is one of the typical response most of us we give, because when we are talking about solution, you get into the feature mode. You become an engineer.
Yes.
No, these are the things I want to do. These are the things I want to do. These are the things I want to do. But you have to really understand what exactly is the problem that you're trying to solve.
Yes.
You said the problem is dehydration.
Yes.
Now, I'm not really interested in all these features. How simple is it for me to get that solution so that without even me keeping an alarm, whatever, I know that I'm sipping the water. So start thinking from that particular perspective. Otherwise, you get into this entrepreneurial analysis paralysis kind of a mode, and you're like, my thing has got this feature, that feature, this feature, that feature. All right. Anyone else would like to share?
Can I tell it in one line?
Yes.
It uses a light which is not distracting to remind you to drink water at regular periods.
Okay. Getting there.
Sir, basically, we do this all of the things that we are doing are there, but they work in silos. So for a farmer to access it, the person has to go through different kind of industries or different kind of companies.
Okay, again,
for that to happen.
I'll stop you here. As of now, I'm using the regular way of growing crops.
Yes, sir.
1 acre really, let's say I'm growing carrot. In 1 acre, as of now, what is my output? If I use your biofertilizer, what will be the output?
Sir, it's not focused on output. It's more focused on the soil health.
So which means now you're trying to not focus on something short term, it is something long term.
Yes, sir.
Now we'll have to really understand the psychology of human beings.
Yes.
So we'll take a step back. Tell me one advantage, one health benefit of smoking. But how many people are becoming smokers? Which means even though I know that is not good, I'm smoking. Which means I'm not taking this body seriously. Now, let's say I'm walking and I hit this podium with my watch and there's a crack. If it happens to your watch, do you think it's going to bother you? Oh, you watch gift ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು 2,000 ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತಗೊಂಡೆ 3,000 ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡೆ 10 ತಗೊಂಡೆ 20 ತಗೊಂಡೆ. So the human psychology is only if I pay for something, I value it. And we think this body is free. That soil is free. Now you'll have to figure out who are those people who are really interested in that long-term thing. So there are a lot of corporate professionals who are like, I'm done with this corporate life. I want organic farming and things like that. Where can you find them? Who are those people? So that is where you have to have that conversation.
Sir, it's not really organic farming, because organic farming these days is possible, but it's not profitable. So farmers to choose that will take a lot of time. So instead they are using vermicompost, they are using this biofertilizer, but in silos in different times, which is not effective and which is not it's like using the same paracetamol to all kinds of illness that we have. So here what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to decode the illness that the soil has and use it accordingly. So the same price, maybe or 2 or 3 rupees more, if you pay for my product, it will be customized and it will actually help your soil to get better. It's like I'm addressing the problem with another specific medicine instead of basic paracetamol.
Again, here what we are trying to understand here is there's nothing called as good idea or bad idea. We are trying to figure out, will this idea work or will this not work? If it doesn't work, doesn't mean it's a bad idea. What else can you do to make it work? So rather than saying, oh, jury round ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಇದು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. So that you're better prepared. That is what we are trying to do here. All right, maybe one more and then we'll go to the next slide. Yes, Atish.
Yeah, sir. Keeping it simple, how does your product work? It is an app basically. So what is innovative is I'll come to the second and question in the same answer. We are doing it as an improvement. Yes, I agree. There are many course giving platforms, Coursera, Unacademy, Udemy, everything is there. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to build an ecosystem. So for example, now Coursera only gives you courses. So you do the course, you get a certificate, you are done. There is nothing further that Coursera will help you to do. My idea is basically to create an ecosystem where you do the course and which is certified, and that certificate will actually help you gain network.
Okay. I think I might have a potential customer for you. With whatever you said, that knowledge, whatever, with the knowledge workshops we have conducted and all the gyans that we have given, take it together, and for the next knowledge workshop, pitch it to Shravan and Ankur. They might test it as a use case study. Now, customer. End of the day, all we are asking here is, who has the money? Now, in your case, customer is different and the person who is paying is different. So the user is different, the payer is different. So be very clear about it. Where is the money coming from? I don't want to really get into the depth of it, but be very clear who has the money, who is going to pay. Someone mentioned about corporate, right? So you're trying to approach the corporate and sell it for 4,500. Who do you think is the decision maker?
It would be the HR.
Now, HR will be a decision maker to take the decision approved, to get the decision approved from the higher management.
Yes.
Do you know how the system works in corporate?
They have to go to the finance department as well as get approval from the...
Before the financial year, they will say, HR, this is the budget we have.
Okay.
50 lakhs for this, 1 crore for this, whatever it is. And you need to figure out your 4,500 rupees bottle, where exactly it will fit in. What I feel with my limited knowledge is it will come under corporate gifting.
Okay.
So they will have a budget for corporate gifting. And I know people who are in that industry. And these HR people say, we have got 1,000 employees. Give me something which is less than 1,000 rupees. It has to be customized. Their name should be there. This has to be there. That has to, which means your margin will be very less.
Yes.
So if I were you, I would go and knock the door of few of the corporate gifting companies and say that I have got this product. So through them, you reach out. You do some kind of a test.
Okay.
So understand who has the money, who has a decision maker. Because I work with a lot of corporates. I need to get 3 S's. I need to get an S from the HR, because they are the ones who will say when my program can happen, when the program cannot happen, when can I get all of them into the meeting room.
Okay.
2, I need to get an S from the CFO, because they are the ones who are going to pay me. 3, I need to get S from the CEO, who sees value in this.
Okay.
And all 3 of them in one room, it's very difficult to get. We'll get there. We'll. Yeah. Now, what's the value proposition? So this is pretty much like, why you and not someone else? And why they have to buy from you right now?
Sir, I can give the answer for this. My AI chatbot has been developed from the previous chatbots, what we saw nowadays. And the features has been there, many of chatbots, but there has been limited to understand the human emotions. But we are going to a step above. All the chatbot we survived has been understand the human emotions only 65%. And we come across that our chatbot can more better than that, can be understand the human emotion in the real time. That makes us our USP, and as well as that why they have to buy our product. It's our 24/7 service that always with you as you are a personal assistant without your judgmental. The chatbot should not be judgmental, but we are adding the real human emotions that what other AI chatbots can't be provided.
Okay. So again, end of the day, other people should be able to see value in it, because customers, they vote through their wallet, not through their words.
Yeah.
They might say, amazing, great, all this they might say, but end of the day, will you pay for this? That's when you know if you have got their vote or not.
Yeah, that.
No,
that
we'll
only
kind of go, because I know it's 11:15. How much time do I have? When did I start? Nagraj? 15 minutes? Okay, 15-20 minutes. So we'll wrap it up. So market. How big is the market? And whom are you going to target first? In other words, low hanging fruit. So when you say 18 to 35, that's again, it's very huge. Be very specific. Who are those first 10 people? And I should be able to visualize as a jury. Okay, you are going to this particular area in, let's say, Tumkur, ee jagdal hogtira, intintor belita idare, intin. So these are the people. So for my hub, I find people from this category. So it's very clear. For my bottle thing, I know I'll be approaching these corporates, and through corporate gifting companies, I'll be reaching. So be very clear. So I'll go and approach all this business or degree colleges and be very clear. And how big is the market? Where are you going to get that first rupee? Next is the competition. Why is that they should choose you when there are so many other competitors? And you have to do a bit of competition analysis. Say that why your thing kind of stands out. And if you say you're cheaper, then people are like, okay, end of the day, I want value. I'm not looking for my mental peace for a cheap product. So which means now you have to figure out how you are going to position your product. Is it going to be premium? Is it going to be generic? Is it going to be for everyone? Next, readiness. Where are you at this stage? So do you have the minimal viable product? Do you have some kind of an app that you have put it on Netlify? Can I see it? Can I touch it? Can I feel it? How does the thing look? Or is it just words and you scribbling something? I'm sure all of you have used some kind of an AI. Can you just show us? Now, as they say, picture speaks 1,000 words. PowerPoint speaks 10,000 words. A prototype will speak 100,000 words. So can you show this? Now, in your case, biofertilizers, well, you can bring some soil and show this is a fertilizer, we will not know. But we would like to see if you have done some tests and some reports and things like that. So what's the proof? Finally, how are you going to get this revenue? How do you make the money? What exactly you're going to sell? So when you say hub, is it a membership? Is it a one-off thing? How much money every day, every week? And when you say a corporate gifting, is it again one-off? Because corporates will not be buying it every year. They can't give the same thing every year. So which means you have to go and look for new clients every time. They will not be buying the same course every time. So what, and the app that you have built, and today AI can build something very similar and someone can offer it for free. So how will you keep upgrading? And what are your margins? This is very critical. How much is it going to cost you? If you say 499, what's your margin on it? If you say 2000, what's your margin on it? If you say 4500, what's your margin on it? Be very clear about it. This is where it comes to ensuring how can you make 1 + 1 somewhere close to 2. Where exactly will you be spending the money? If you have said, I want 5 lakh rupees or 3 lakhs or whatever you have planned, where will you get this? Once you run out of that 5 lakhs, how will you survive after 3 months? If you keep on improvising, where will you get the money from? And the best way to fund your company is through your customers. How can you do that? Then if you're a one-person team, obviously the question is, so are you Virat Kohli, are you Bhuvneshwar Kumar, and are you this all put together in one form? Or how are you going to handle it? If you're going to hire someone, what are you going to do? Where will you get the money to keep them? So all of these questions they're going to ask, obvious questions, and you need to know how to answer them. Then milestones. Now have a clear milestone. I'm going to launch this from the month of June, July. 3 months from now, this is the deadline. 1 month from now, this is the deadline. 6 months from now, this is the deadline. What are all those assumptions, milestones, and what are some of the things that you're assuming? All of whatever you're saying, it's assumption as of now. But we'll come to know what is going to happen when the rubber hits the ground. And finally, is there some kind of a social impact with probably mental health and things like that? Yes, there is. Biofertilizer, yes, there is. How can you quantify this? So all of these things should be in your presentation. The obvious questions they're going to ask, better you have it in your presentation, and that presentation can't be more than 6 to 8 minutes. Ankur, what's the duration of the presentation? 6 minutes, something like that, 6 to 8, including question and answer. Q&A for another few more minutes. So now you have to figure out how you can just answer all of this and not tell stories. So you have to put in a lot of effort in practicing your talk. So finally, the preparation tip is know your numbers and what are your assumptions that you have made. Avoid jargon. Support your claims with evidence. If you don't know, you don't know. Be very clear. and then focus on clarity over complexity. And the most important thing is keep practicing. Go and pitch it to few other people. See what they have to say. Ask them to play a role of a devil's advocate. Keep on improvising. And that is what the jury would like to see and hear. Well, we have another 5 more minutes. Maybe if some of you have got any question you would like to ask them, or in general, please feel free to do so. You had a question? Okay, the security camera thing. Are you selling the hardware, like the whole camera, or is it just the
No,
app?
actually, it is pocket friendly. I will give you a service like I have a software which can be plug and played with the camera itself. So it is going to make sure that if the two persons or the other thing is happening there, something which you can't go inside, it's going to record and also send you a message with a beep alert sound, and also sending it to the government itself, means like a cyber police. So it's not an hardware. I'm not selling an hardware. It's a software thing.
See, now the thing is, you need data.
Yes, sir.
See, I'm part of a spiritual organization in Mangalore, and last December we organized a particular program where over 5 days we had 60,000 people. We explored this possibility of, will we have any antisocial elements entering this particular program? And with what we try to do, one of the suggestion that was given to us is we can have all this facial recognition camera. We can have tie up with all the local police station. They can say these are all the crooks and other people on our database. If in case you spot them, immediately they get a red alert. Well, it was all nice, but end of the day, we were not able to execute. We got busy with something else. Now, getting that database from the government, you need to know what are all the hoops that you have to jump. So these are all the things. Idea is great, but end of the day, can you execute it is the question. Why should someone give their database, especially the government, to you? How are you going to overcome that? These are all the questions that they're going to ask. So you need to be prepared with that. Anyone else? Yes. I will get there.
Sir, I do say like they told it's not an organic and the cost is around 35 to 40 rupees. What if the customers are outskirts of Karnataka, not nearby? How can they manage the prices?
So pretty much logistics, how are you going to handle the delivery and other things? Now, you have an answer for that reply? Is there a mic? Can you please pass on the mic to her?
It is organic. I told it is an organic biofertilizer. Vermicomposting is a base unit. So here, same like Amazon warehouses, we're going to have a decentralized units throughout the state. And we want to start this through ICR institutions. So most of the ICR colleges that is there in every state will adopt few villages, sir, and inculcate them with the new knowledge that is there in the whole system, agriculture sector. So here I don't have to create an awareness. I just have to show them how viable is the product, because they already know the back science and how it works and all of it. And pricing strategy is same everywhere, sir, because I don't want to position my biofertilizer as a premium one, and I also don't want to position myself as a bare mediocre 7 rupees vermicompost that is available everywhere. I want to be in a good profit margin, that is 43% of profit margin when we did the calculation and everything. And whatever price I've come up with will go here and there based upon the customization, because here we are outsourcing this biofertilizer.
Okay. See, again, end of the day, these are the questions that they're going to ask. How can you go about convincing? With the report and the analysis and the proof that you have got is what matters. Yes. Uh-huh. Ha. Got it. Got it. See, again, one of the feedback or the suggestion or the takeaway from this thing is, they as farmers, probably they don't really see value in this because they'll go with the existing manure. Probably they're not your target market. You need to be very clear.
Yes, sir. And also, it's not only for the product that I'm charging here, sir. There is an integration. There is soil testing, analysis, and all of it
End
coming
of the
into the
day,
picture.
who will see the value in what you're offering is the question.
Yes.
The The moment you show value, then money will flow. If they don't see value, then they'll say this is too expensive. When someone is saying your product is too expensive, they're indirectly saying, I don't see value in this. So how are you going to show value? Yes.
About the bottle, he said it's a bottle which is like glowing light or something like that. Is it chargeable or a battery? I don't know what is it. Someone forgetting to drink water. Do you think someone wouldn't forget to charge the or change the batteries?
That's why this is a workspace add-on. So what happens is this will be plugged in into a system in the workspace itself, the uh, coaster that is below the bottle. So the electronics, the bottle has zero electronics. Only the coaster will have electronics, and this coaster is you can position it anywhere on your desk. And the main point is it will have some sort of unit where it's plugged in almost all the time whenever the office is open.
See, again, these are the practical challenges, because some of the things that you're all trying to come up with, you're actually asking someone to change their habit. Changing a habit is very challenging. HABIT, if you remove H, a bit is there. If you remove A, bit is there. If you remove B, it is still there. And what do you think all the MNCs are doing? They're trying to get people hooked onto some kind of a habit. And you are saying, I want to change that habit. So you'll have to really understand the psychology. My daughter, elder one, she's 5. We moved to an apartment, mainly for her because safe area. She can go play around and meet few other girls of her age. And suddenly we realized during the first month, we don't know where she is. She's all over the place. And then in that common community app, they say, your daughter from this particular tower, this particular thing, she's here, she's in our home, she's safe. Now, once or twice, it's fine. But I remember, sometimes searching for hours, nowhere to be found. So I went on Google. What's the solution? They said smartwatch for kids. I did a lot of research and finally bought something for 5,950 rupees, where you need to put a 4G SIM. Went, got the SIM, which means I need to charge every 3 months, paying whatever that 600, 700 rupees, even though it's a 4G. And then I had to set up all the phone numbers. So only 4 numbers, Appa, Amma, Ajji, Tata. That's it. And we can also make some video call. Now that will work if she is going to wear the watch and go. So which means every time when she's going out, we have to say that, hey, ako nishi ako idu. And after 2 days, she comes and everything is scratched. She's playing on the sand. And then, of course, I get a message, battery is low, all this is low. Now, the big problem is, the reason I want to an apartment is simply because I wanted her to spend less screen time. No TV, no phone, things like that. So I was happy that she's outside playing there. Now, on that stupid smartwatch, they've got games. And I don't know how to delete it. Challenges. End users challenges. So you'll have to understand really. If at all someone had asked me, I said, "Yenu beda sim hakbeko, call maadu, video call mugiti yenu beda aste. Yeni games beko." And she's playing some games. This. Yes, Ankur.
Actually, I had a question for the bottle as well. You said 4,500 B2B and 5,500 for B2C, right? Chinmay just mentioned about smartwatch. In that much price, I can probably buy a smartwatch or a smart band and put alarms on that for reminding me for hydration automatically, and still have more utility with other things that is possible. So, I mean, this is something for all of you, is that when you pitch your product, you're not pitching your product against similar products, but you're also pitching against products which have the same utility.
In that case, the thing is we are targeting exactly those stuff, because we don't want any distracting reminders. We don't want alarms that constantly distract your focus from something, or you don't want sudden buzzing sounds, or you don't want sudden flashes of light. Hence, the product that I'm selling will have gradual increase in light that will catch your attention when you are not focusing on any particular.
Second, as I mentioned at the beginning, you have brought your baby here. And everyone is looking at your baby and they have got different opinions. The baby should be like this, baby should be like that. Take all of this and see what exactly you can do. I celebrated my daughter's birthday last month. A lot of gifts came. There was one gift of a water bottle with a handle, solid, and there's a straw to it. And one of my friend, he had got his son, they were all playing, they were all excited, unwrapping the gifts, and said, "Oh, Chinma, I have seen something like this, even my colleagues, they use." Like, seriously, professionals in your corporate environment, they sip using a straw? He said, "Yeah, because they need to keep themselves hydrated. And then some of these bottles are expensive, man. It's like 6,000, 7,000. I was like, "Oh, really?" "Well, it says Stanley. What do you think?" Like, "Oh, that expensive?" So there is a market, but you need to figure out who are these people. Maybe I'm thinking for corporates, rather than pitching it as a dehydration thing, you can say you can put alcohol, it will smell like water, but only you know it's something else.
Sir, I have a question regarding the same bio blend itself. The thing is, they were focused on customization. Say I belong from agriculture background itself. Just for a soil test, it will cost around 2,000 to 2,500 rupees minimum. So my plot is smaller in size. How will they manage their expenses? Say like 35 to 40 days, it'll go like double because they won't be having any margins at last.
Well, you can think about it. You don't have to answer.
We are working on it.
See, now this is the other thing. I conduct a lot of sessions for entrepreneurs and business owners. These days, I've drastically reduced it because now I know who are the people who will really pay and who are the people who will pay me and want me to listen to them. So if I go to Pina side, if I meet a gentleman who started business back in 80s and 90s, all the person is going to say is how that person started from nothing and all their success story. They just want someone to hear to their success story. And they're paying me. And I'm giving all these dashboards and reports. Ade ನಮ್ಮ accounting ಕೊಡಿ ಅವರ accountants ಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ. So very soon I kind of realized who the target market is. So you need to know if someone is very educated in that particular field, the chances are they may not be your ideal customer. No, they get into that analysis paralysis. This is why all the doctors, they have this particular note saying that all your Google advice, ChatGPT advice, don't bring it to us. Because they would have done their homework and they would have come there. Now, one of my very good contact, he is from Karnataka, but is in Australia, made millions selling solar in Australia. And then he thought, let me expand it here in Karnataka. He came almost 10, 15 years back, experimented with a lot of things. Then I met him. I said, "Sir, ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ? What's happening?" ಅಪ್ಪ ಚಿನ್ಮಯ್ 1 kilowatt ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ 1 gigawatt questions ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕಣ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಗೊಳೋದು ಇಲ್ಲ. And recently I was interacting with a travel agent. I said, "What's the biggest challenge in your industry?" Everyone wants 5-star treatment, 5-star accommodation, 5-star travel, but they are not even ready to pay for 2-star. So you really have to understand who has the money. Don't say anyone and everyone. I think I had one more person who raised his hand over there. Yes.
Sir, my question is related about the cybercrime. He said that he will find within 2 days the thief. If there is in that surrounding area, like a CC camera surveillance is not available, or a thief wearing face mask or a goggle for the eye, how can you find the thief within 2 days?
Did you get that question? So is it possible? So
Yes, it's
mask
possible.
ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, goggles ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, facial recognition work ಆಗಲ್ಲ. How can your technology still recognize the face?
Sir, my camera also beeps so that 4 to 5 people can come near you and help you in that situation. When he runs from there, anyways, police are there for this thing. So if cyber police not help us, police are going to help us by locking that area.
Okay. See, again, you're touching into a very how can I say that particular space where you have to be 10 steps ahead. ಕಳ್ಳರ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಳ್ಳರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ಕಳ್ಳ ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹೆಂಗ್ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. I still remember 8th standard in my high school. This was 1998. Summer holidays ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. then in the news bulletin, now in the assembly, they all announce. Now we are all happy to say that we have got all the CCTV camera. They were not calling CCTV camera. They were calling some camera. It will all be installed in all the classrooms. Nanu ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಕಾಪಿ ಹೊಡಿಯೋದೀಗ ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಲ್ಲೋ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳೋದು. So now you have to, again it's cat and mouse, Tom and Jerry katane idu. So they will be trying to find the loopholes. Now the question is why the government is not doing anything about this, or what are they doing already about this? So this is a question jury is going to ask. Have someone not thought about this? Why have they not implemented it? So think. Yes, ma'am. ಅದೇ ಮಾಸ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಪಾಪ, ವಾಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಯು ಡೂ? So again, you don't have to answer. You don't have to have answers for all of this, but think. These are the obvious questions. Because end of the day, there are so many obvious questions. One of the obvious questions is why someone is not doing this. If this is a big problem, why someone is not doing this? And some of the big companies, they're waiting for the other companies to do and see how it's going to work in the market. Once at the click bandaga, then they will go and capture the market. Ivattu we have Blinkit, who will get your delivery in what? Less than 10 minutes. Pizza in this. Ambulance, sir? Really? Look at what's happening. ಈ ಶೂನ AC ಶೋರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ತಿನ್ನ ತರಕಾರಿ ರೋಡ್ ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. Just understand the human psychology. What are the things that we are really valuing? Now, why is that all these big hospital chains who are acquiring other hospitals not coming up with something like this? What happened to Manipal's Mars ambulance that they had a big launch few years back? Why is it not really happening the way it is happening? Challenges, logistics, getting those drivers 24/7, all of this, everything has to be there. So many things. So what they are preferring now is let someone do it, prove this, grow here, then we don't mind giving her 50 crores, 100 crores, we'll buy you out. You tell us how it works. Namge experiment madakalla time illa illi. So these are the things that you need to ask as well. Maybe another 2 questions and then we'll wrap it up, Shravan. Anyone else has got any question or anything specific for your business idea that you're working on that you would like to ask?
I have question to the question that education one. What is the credibility of the courses they offer and who are the professors who will be teaching us those courses?
Yeah, so as I said earlier, it is an ecosystem that we are doing. So for example, now Coursera is there. Coursera has some of its own teachers who will be giving courses and they'll be selling it to you. So what I am planning to do is, there are many professors who are retired as well, and working professors also. They are ready to share their courses online. Many of them are putting it on YouTube for free. So what we can do is we can go them, we can talk to them, and then we can say, sir, this is what is happening. Whatever is your expertise, you can give your opinions on it, and then we'll have a playlist done, and then based on that you will have a Q&A session as well. So your tests or whatever exams you'll be taking, the questions will be set by that same professor, and if you have any doubt, you can have a question and answer session 1-to-1. So it'll be very easier for us to connect the student with the professor that they're actually learning from.
Sorry to stop you. Let me ask you this question, because this is a question quite a few people have asked me when I tried approaching students and people who are entering the workforce. Sir, nim program ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗತ್ತಾ? They're very clear. ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗತ್ತಾ? ಇನ್ ಕೆಲವರು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡ್ಸ್ತೀರಾ? They're very clear. So you need to know. And I keep interacting with a lot of business school deans and principals and things like that. They all have said, I have been in this academic field for the last 30 years. All these years I was enjoying, but it is after COVID, it has becoming a stress. I've seen all kinds of students, all kinds of parents. I used to enjoy solving all this problem, but now it has become a stress simply because, one, parents are not sending their children to the school. They're outsourcing their children. ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ರಿಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ವೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಶಿಪ್? And of course, even the educational institutions have gone about promoting that way few years back, but today no one is knocking the door for internship because various reasons. So you really have to understand what industry that you're operating in. If someone is giving that money, they're expecting this. How many of them are really interested to gain that knowledge so that they know that they can use it in a long run? ಆ ಥರವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ? ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? They wouldn't be looking like this. They would have already been proactive and getting it done. So figure out who are those people.
Sir, can I add?
Yes.
So, like your question, it was correctly on the point where I was about to explain. So, the main problem that we are trying to solve is based on my own brother's problem. So, what he did engineering. No, he did actually NEET. He wrote NEET because of his parents' force. He got a very good rank. He could have got a seat in a good college only. But then he decided to drop it out and do animation because he liked it. And then when he was doing NEET, he did not have the courage to tell his parents that this is what is happening. So there are many people whom I see who don't want to do what they are doing. They want to do photography, cinematography, everything like that. So my main point is, when they finish engineering, many of the students whom I personally see, they do take other courses as well, and then they give 3 years, 2 years of that for that degree. So my point is, why don't you just try it out? Like, it is like a, you know, starting package. So you do the course and then you understand, okay, is this for me? Am I capable of doing it? And then we can take the step further.
See, now the thing is, 2005 only 3 idiots came. Today also it is applicable because we are a country of 1 billion idiots, right? Everyone studies something, we do something else. Now looking back, it is part of the process. I did engineering without even knowing why I'm doing engineering. I'm a civil engineer. But looking back, it has helped me to think like an engineer. And the engineer's mindset is a problem-solving mindset. In fact, that should be the main intention of why we should go to a particular classroom, because the way we think, the way we are going to get that mind shift, and how am I going to solve this problem, that's the mind shift. But unfortunately, somewhere it has boiled down to, ಈ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಬೇಕು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು. Now, recently someone asked me this question, sir, I'm 21, I'm thinking of doing master. Someone is saying go abroad, do this. What should I do? I'm super confused in my life. I told them I'm 41. I've got a lot of my friends in the same age group. Even they're also still super confused in their career. I know someone who are in their 50s, they're also super confused with all the things that are happening. So that 80s, 90s thing of 1 degree, 1 college, 1 profession, 1 company is gone. Now every 5 years or 3 years, we have to keep reinventing. See if there is a different market. You test it. You test the hell out of that 2,000 rupees course and whatever it is. See if there is a market who are ready to pay 20,000 for that because they really see value in it. Then probably it might have some legs to it. Okay, then I think time is up. We'll probably take it later because I think Ankur will be presenting on AI. And again, the bottom line is you have to take your baby to the market. Get those feedback. Really understand what makes someone pay for the product or service. And ideally figure out who your customers are, who has your money. All the very best. I look forward to seeing, if not all of you, most of you in the next round. Take care. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, I said I'm going to give you a copy of my book. I have got 5 books, and I think we have got more than 5 teams here. So whoever would like to grab it, please do so. If possible, next time when we meet, I can give you a few more copies. One team, one of you can take. I'll give one to the ladies, otherwise gender discrimination. Thank you once again. Huge round of applause for all these amazing participants. Thank you. Over to you, Shravan or Pranav.
Thank you so much, Chinmay, for the wonderful session on the business plan. May I now request the chairman and co-chairman to join on the stage to facilitate Chinmay Anand. So now, after Shravan is going to make a quick announcement, I will be taking some Q&A sessions for all of you. So be ready. Whatever you learned in the first session, I'm going to do a Q&A now. Okay. So these are some things that you have heard. If you've not made a note, probably you can check on that. Thank you. Thank you, Chinmay, for the wonderful session. May I now request Shravan to make a quick announcement?
So the sessions on 29, 30, and 31 May in Palace Grounds that I mentioned, I just got the list of speakers. We've got the who's who. We've got the managing director of JSW Steel, Sajjan Jindal, addressing you guys, along with BEML managing director, BL managing director. We have the founder of Sansera, chairman of Miney Precision Tools. We also have the managing directors of Bosch. We also have bankers specifically from SBI and other nationalized banks who are going to talk about startup funding, how startups can raise funds, what's their MSME package that they offer for the startups. We also have the co-founder from Aether, we have the founder of Moonrider, we have the founder of Kotas Coffee, Sangeeta Mobiles. We also have representatives from MSME department, VTPC, and a lot of officials who will be there on that day, on both the days actually, including on Sunday. So again, I request all of you to please be present there physically. This is a request even to those who have joined us virtually. About 100 students are joining today in our live session too. Please do participate 29, 30, 31st of May. Yeah, over to Pranam.
Hello. Everyone can hear me? Okay. So I'm going to walk around a little bit. So I have few questions, okay, to on the sessions that have happened from the morning till now. Now, how many of you know where is the global conclave happening? More specific. Okay, good. How many of you know who is the founder of FKCCI? Okay, what is his date of birth? Does anyone know? So whoever says his date of birth correct without doing Google, they have a gift. What, September? What? Okay. You say 50. What did you say? Which year? Who said 1960? Who said 1960? He passed away in 1962. Okay. What was the date you said? Okay. Who knows? Okay, I'll ask the chairman now to confirm the correct. Come, you said the right answer. Come forward. Yeah. So may I request Shubha Ganesh to give a gift or a memento to her? Okay, now coming back on the MSME conclave, when is it happening? Dates? 29th what? May. And how many days it is? Correct. Okay. Now, another, so I think everyone can see 1916 there. I wanted to ask the year, but then it's already there. Okay. So, okay, I have another, after the lunch break, I have another small quick session. I will be doing something that, will warm up and cheer you guys, because post lunch is going to be a sleepy session. I don't want you guys to take those off. So I'm going to do that session. Okay. I'm not going to take much time now. I want to call Ankur Basin, who's going to talk about AI, and I'll give a more clear one. I'll give an introduction as well about him. Ankur Basin is the CEO of Basin Sports. He'll be talking about AI leverage sessions. Your profile is not given. You didn't give your profile? Yeah. Okay. Ankur Basin is the CEO of Basin Sports, Basin Soft India Limited. He's the writer, director, and an ultra marathoner. Basin Soft is the Indian studio proceedings, producing IPs in animation, apps, games. Basin Soft has 70 plus apps and games. IPs is currently producing 3 feature films and 1 web series. Ankur is also the founder and the CEO of Encore Films. You can actually go to the website encorefilms.in. Games and a children content publishing and distribution company. Encore Films also dabbles in third-party investment and co-productions. Ankur is also director in BS Talents, an HR firm specializing in recruitment training, HR, and consulting director at Basin Sports. Okay. Ankur is also the founding member of the secretary of MEAI, that is Media and Entertainment Association of India. Okay, he was nominated as the Poet of the Year 2000 by the International Society of Poets and awarded Editor's Choice Award in 1999 by the National Library of Poetry, USA. Ankur is also published poet. Uh, is a published poet. Ankur also holds dialogues writing credit with Rakshit Shetty for Let's Kill Gandhi. Okay, I now warmly welcome Ankur Basin to give his presentation on the AI for leveraging. Over to you, Ankur.
Thank you, Pranam. While that loads, all those teams that came on the stage for Chinmay's session, don't get disheartened by all the questions that were being asked, or the pokes that were being put. You will be drilled harder than that, in the jury evaluation round. But look at it as kind of a free input for you to get hardened before you actually present to the juries. I've been given this session, leveraging AI for business. It's a twofold hard topic. The first one is that I'm actually talking about AI to a generation which uses AI very heavily, which is quite evident from your business plans. Shubha, my core team member, and myself, we have gone through every single business plan, and I won't be exaggerating if I say that at least half of those are generated through ChatGPT. And the second thing is, I stand between you and your lunch. So I understand that, and I'll make sure that you get hungrier as we proceed, and I give you some food for thought. Which is why I present to you the avocado. And the reason why I mention the avocado is because, we have had avocado in India for the longest time. It was known as the butter fruit. But suddenly, when you have the influencers eating avo toast and posting on Instagram, suddenly avocado is there, everything, everywhere, all at once. Sometimes even in places where it shouldn't be, like pani puris, parathas, ice creams. But anyway, Chase. Why did I choose that? Because that is how AI is being used right now. Certain places where it should be, and certain places where it's not required. What is AI? AI is actually, in the simplest form, just a software doing pattern matching at a massive scale. When I say pattern matching, it is, so let's understand what is machine learning. If I had to have my software tell me that if I input a picture of a cat, if it's a cat or not, right? I would give a parameter that it needs to have 2 ears, it needs to have a tail, it needs to have whiskers, XYZ, right? But with machine learning, what they do is they will feed in thousands of photos of cats. And then the system automatically builds the pattern to understand what is a cat, right? So it is not something which is a sentient being, something that is actually reasoning per se, but it is doing pattern matching. Automation is automating the tasks, especially the mundane tasks that the humans do. So consistently replying to queries like chatbots and stuff. And then you have, and at the base of it is LLM, which is basically your reasoning system that sits in, and the Gen AI. Now, with the LLM, Gen AI, there's Gen AI is what all of you have used for generating, well, not all of you, a lot of you have used for generating your slides for the business plans. You can also use Gen AI for audio. You can use it for a whole lot of things. You can use Gen AI also for agentic AI. Anybody knows what's agentic AI? You can shout it out. Yeah, somewhere there. So agentic AI is basically doing work end to end, right? So a normal thing is when you go into ChatGPT and say, write this email for me, right? So it takes in that input from you and gives you the output. But in agentic AI, you would say that, hey, you know what? I have this particular event coming up and I need at least 10 sponsors. It'll go online, it'll find the target companies, it'll find the target people, it'll score the leads, it will reach out to them, it will follow up with them and give you the final result, right? So this is the base that I just wanted to give you before I get into. So we have the avocado pancake. The issue that we have and why AI actually works and where it should be leveraged is number one, when you have limited budgets. Number two, small teams that need to do larger amount of work, and progressively will see that the team sizes are going to shrink because of usage of AI. The third thing is lack of tech expertise. Before this started, I was sitting with Chinmay, and he was telling me that during COVID time, he was trying to build a simulator, and he spent a few lakhs, and still it was not completed. And you know what? They took over 6 months. With AI, he has been able to build that in a week and a half. So where to use AI? And if you stick with me, I'll give you actually a cheat sheet of 50 tools that you can use for different purposes, right? So first thing is sales and lead generation. Like I said, that you can have AI generated outreach. So automatically the AI identifies the clients, reaches out to them, it can help you generate proposals. It can help you in scoring the leads. Scoring of the leads is when you get leads, you also need to identify which of those are important leads, which of them are medium leads, and which of them are low priority leads. And how much generally the scoring can be done based on the industry, can be done based on the product fit, which is what you are being asked over here by Chinmay. So the first demo, the easiest thing is email, right? So I have this over here. Let's create a fictitious company first. Anybody wants to suggest what this fictitious company will do? Media and entertainment. What in media and entertainment? Video analytics. Okay. So my company, any particular name? No? Video Strat. Video Strat is into I'm going to write fictitious because I don't want to train it, because the more you use it, the more it gets trained. I don't want it to learn that I actually have that company. My fictitious company, Video Strat, is into video analytics, and I need to write an email to the chairman of Manthan. Give me email. Okay, here's a professional version you can adapt for your fictional company, Video Strat. So, I mean, just warming up on what can be done will get bigger and bigger. Now, client proposals. Let's say that, okay, let's say my client is FKCCI, and I want to send
a proposal for them to use my services. Give me a formal proposal. Let's see. Not bad, right? It actually understands that, what kind of services I would like to offer, what will be the implementation of approach, the benefits to FKCCI, the commercial structure, and the conclusion XYZ, end-to-end client proposal. Where do I use AI? Part 2, in marketing and branding, right? A lot of content is discovered through social media, but also a lot of content is now being discovered through AI itself, and which is why I mentioned that it's a fictitious one, because when apart earlier there used to be a service called SMM, social media marketing. Now that social media marketing also includes AI marketing, in which you train the different models of AI about your services, so that when somebody goes, a lot of people just go to, instead of asking Google, they go on to ChatGPT and ask, hey, can you tell me which is the best so and so service provider in my neighborhood. A lot of people are search. In most of the countries they've started, is the model, the Gemini model, responding to it. Product descriptions of some of them. We can also do image generation, interesting tools. So Instagram campaign. Give me a 30-day Insta campaign for my services. My target audience is zoom in. Wait, let me see. Better? Okay. Give me a 30-day Insta campaign for my services. My target audience is Gen Z. Keep it funny, witty, and a bit of self-deprecating humor. All right. So I gave it the tone that I want. The content mix that it has suggested is 50% reels, 30% of static memes or carousels, 20% on stories and polls. So in the first week, nobody knows what analytics means. The post is, we turn views into strategy. The caption is, your boss. How did the campaign perform? You, people definitely watched it. Us, actually 73% dropped after the awkward intro, right? Interesting. Now, similarly, it has given me the 30-day post schedule, right? And then it has also given me extra content ideas of worst ad of the day, retention graph therapy, things CEOs say, Gen Z marketing crimes, the hashtags that I can use, and what is a visual style, what are the best posting times. Not bad at all. Now let's take one of them and let's take the first one itself, right? Give me an Insta post image for this. While this creates, how many of you have used ChatGPT for your business plan? It's okay, I'm not in the jury.
So you can raise your hands and tell. Quite a few. See, when we were in school, the computers were just getting in, and they had a name for that, and it was called GIGO. Does anybody, except for those who are closer to my age group, know what GIGO is? Because that same thing applies to AI. GIGO stands for garbage in, garbage out, right? So it depends on what you put in. And there was actually another thing that Chinmay was mentioning about this, was that AI is static. We are the variables. Each one of you has AI in their phone, right? The output that comes in is based on the person who is using it. All right, so we have our image done by VideoStrat, by ChatGPT for VideoStrat. And we also have a neat little logo that it has automatically put. And since it's aimed at Gen Z, I think there's a cat over there and whatnot. Data over drama. Now getting back, similarly, you can do your marketing collaterals for your LinkedIn posts, brochure text. It's becoming quite easy for people to run one-person company. When I started, one-person company, but I used to have 5 different email accounts from which we will reach out to the clients, so that the clients don't think we are a small company, right? But now being startup is cool. Way to use AI. Number 3 is operations and productivity. So meeting summaries. In fact, there is there's a new AI gadget that a lot of people are using. Neoverse, I think, if I remember it correctly. It's a wearable, like a necklace, and you're talking. It will summarize everything by the end of the day, and you have your summaries in one place. A lot of people are using AI note taking for the online meetings. So I don't know if you have seen in a lot of Fireflies or Otter or a lot of different AIs which help you quickly summarize on what the meeting is. Task automations, SOP creations, document generations, Okay, demo rough notes into professional SOP. Let's have, I met Mr. Pranam at FKCCI. He was skeptical about our offerings and asked us to provide data on ROI on what FKCCI will invest. Based on that, give me credible figures and summary to send to him. All right. So, of course, it's an email, but then, based on my meeting summary on what I've had, I actually can generate what specifically I want. I can, of course, these are numbers which are, based on the kind of similar offerings that ChatGPT knows, but you can customize this with, if you provide more input, you can get better results. And, it helps me better articulate what I'm trying to do with figures. If I say that, give me specific market data to back this. Now I see that we'll be having a lot of students coming back with market data in their new presentation. Oh, by the way, this is something that Chinmay started with when he did his session, is that you guys have submitted your PowerPoint presentations or the PDFs. Can you change that? The whole reason for giving the knowledge workshop is, and why we have not had a jury session so far, is to give you the opportunity to learn from these knowledge sessions, take it back, improve your presentations. You don't have to resubmit those presentations to us, but you can use them for doing the presentation when the jury round happens, right? So here are the specific figures on the market based on, and they have the surveys from where it has come in. So I can do my market research, generate my summaries from here. The next one, where do you use it? HR and recruitment. You can actually now automate a large part of your human resource system completely with AI. So, JD, job descriptions, resume screening, it can automatically grade which resume is most suited to the job description that you have made. Also help you prepare with the interview questions. I've in fact used that quite a bit. Employee onboarding. So let's do, I want to hire a marketing manager for this company for video strat. Give me JD for the marketing manager and also help with the market rates for the similar roles. All right, so I have my job description on, and it knows where I am because it's already trained on my data. So it has taken Bengaluru, hybrid preferred, and a detail about video strat, what's the role overview, what we're looking for, the key responsibilities that we're looking for, the required skills based on the job profile, and then the preferred qualifications. What we are looking for, we are not looking for this, we are looking for this. The compensation will be this. So now it has already suggested based on the market data on what the salary bracket range is, and blah, blah, blah. We just feed in. And then because I specifically asked, it has given me the market salary benchmarks for each of those roles. So for a junior, mid-level growth or a startup growth lead, what is kind of the Bangalore's market range? And based on that, it has also supported the key market data to validate what he has given to me. And it has also suggested how I can actually structure my hiring, that I can have one growth lead, I can have one freelance performance marketer, and then one editor designer. So always going a little overboard, but yeah. The next one is in customer service, and this is something which, when you actually feel you're talking to people at, say, Zomato or at Swiggy, or to an airline on the online chats, those are actually, most of them now are virtual employees. And when I say virtual employees, they are basically agentic AIs with a certain parameterized freedom on what is at how much they can go, how much they can offer for compensation, in what cases they can offer compensations, and they're given a persona. So it is agentic AI, but with a virtual persona. So you feel that you're speaking to a human. In most cases, now you're not. Now, this is something which touches with Gigo, right? So if I take this prompt, write a marketing email, let's see what it gives us. Every event, webinar, campaign, and social media video generates valuable audience intelligence. The problem is most organizations never actually use it, blah, 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 blah. And it's quite generic. Now, if I give it a detailed prompt, write a professional marketing email for a premium jewelry brand targeting women aged 25 to 45 in Bangalore during Akshaya Tritiya. Tone should be elegant and aspirational. Now it will give me a better output that connects more emotionally, appeals more emotionally to the client. So this Akshaya Tritiya celebrates prosperity, grace, and new beginnings with jewelry that reflects your journey and timeless style. At so-and-so, we believe every piece you wear should feel as meaningful as the moments you cherish. Our specially curated Akshaya Tritiya collection brings together exquisite craftsmanship, contemporary elegance, and the enduring beauty of fine jewelry. So the better input that you give, right? There are actually There was somebody here talking about courses, right? There are now courses that teach you how to prompt better, right? And a lot of engineers are now just prompt engineers. I have a cousin who's working with Meta, and they don't write one single line of code. All the code is written now by AI. They are just doing prompt engineering, right? So, which is why it is very, very important for you to understand the kind of prompt that you're going to give and the kind of result that you will get as a result of that. So, if I had to give you some basic tools that you can use for productivity, is ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek. There's also Grok. I personally don't like that. And each one of them has a little different persona. You can actually now also add personas to them to, based on your style. The AI tools for design are Canva AI, Midjourney, Adobe Firefly. You can actually take I'll stop when I actually show you the cheat sheet for 50 tools, okay? So you can take a picture then. For video, the top 3 are Runway, Synthesia, Pika. For automation, Zapier, Make.com. This is the one that I was telling about. The Pani Puri. Really takes me off. By any which is for coding, Cursor, GitHub, Copilot, Claude Code. Claude Code is right now number 1 if you're looking at coding. I personally have used a lot of ChatGPT also. Again, at the end of the day, it depends on how you train that model based on your data. The output will consistently be better. The right way, and like I mentioned, and I mean, the reason why I gave you the avocado analogy was to identify where it fits and not to look at overfitting. So if you identify repetitive work, high volume tasks, low creativity tasks, and data heavy workflows, this is where AI can make your life easier from the business perspective. And I mentioned about the agentic AI and the AI employees. Most of the workflows in a lot of companies are becoming autonomous. So, the autonomous workflows again sit on top of your AI agents and AI employees, and hyper personalization. So you see that a lot of, even when you get now your notifications on your phone, it's personalized with your name. Or if your habits, your consumption habits, based on that, a lot of personalization is being done. So say, for example, if in the morning between 6 to 8 is when you consume a lot of fruits like pranam, then you will get notifications at that time only for you, and it'll not be a blanket notification. So a lot of hyper personalization can be done so that you can target your customers at the right time when they actually need to be contacted. And a lot of the new startups, there's actually been a discussion that the next billionaires will be a single person company, because there will be AI native startups. There's, for example, I'll tell you, there's a hospital in Koramangala, which is completely built on AI. They have no reception, no waiting queues, nothing. You go, use the app, and do everything. All right. So we start getting into the cheat sheet mode. So first one is for the quick AI adoption framework, right? The first one is start small. This is the first area for integration of AI into your companies, is on the emails, on the content creation, proposals, customer support, social media, data analysis. Customer support is very, very important, right? If somebody is disgruntled with your product or services, they want a solution or at least a response immediately. And that is where AI can really help you. The second one, like I mentioned, on identifying mundane work which is repetitive to save you time. So documentation, scheduling, reports, recruitment screening, marketing creatives. The third one is then to scale, right? For scaling, you can use AI for improving your speed, reducing costs, and increasing productivity. If I had to choose 10 top AI tools, the number one is what most of the people use is ChatGPT, which is best for your content writing, brainstorming, proposal strategy. Um, from the business perspective, your emails, your SOP creations, HR policies, different policies, market research. The second one is Claude. Claude is better for longer documents. And if you're looking for business reports, detailed analysis, Claude generally performs better than ChatGPT in that. The third one is Gemini, specifically if you're targeting the Google ecosystem. So if you're looking at spreadsheets, presentations, um, it Gemini fits in inherently natively better. The fourth one is Canva AI. There was a time when if you saw something that didn't kind of look real, you would say, hey, that's photoshopped. And now if you see something that doesn't look real, you say, hey, that's AI, right? So work on the creative side is actually being done on Canva AI. A lot of the current generation artists use Canva. They prefer Canva more than the Adobe suite. So your Photoshop, Illustrator are something that are taking a backseat. Mid-Journey is for higher quality AI images. So if you're looking at product, concepts, arts, branding, visuals, Mid-Journey performs better there so that it doesn't look AI generated. If you're looking for AI video generation, then Runway is the better tool in which you can do your motion graphics. You can also do your editing in that. For presentations with AI avatars or corporate videos, Synthesia is a platform. If you're looking for documentation, task management, project tracking, then it is Notion AI. Zapier is an interesting one, which is your no-code automation. So when you're building your workflows for the company, Zapier is the place to go to. And then there's something called make.com, which is for advanced workflow automation. So if you want to connect different apps, you want to automate the business tasks, this is something that you must take a look at. The 50 AI tools, I think this is something I'll share the presentation with FKCCI, but if you want, you can take a photo of these as we go. So the first one I've curated for you are the general AI assistants, which are, you can use it for mundane little tasks like writing, strategy, business talk, etc. So that's the first category. The second category is for specifically for writing and content. And again, next to each of the tool, it is actually written what it will help you with. So if you're looking at specifically sales copy, copy.ai performs better. So each one of these tools has been curated for a specific purpose. Although you can use, like you saw that we use ChatGPT for our image, also we used it for content, we used it for social media. But there are tools which inherently perform better at a specific task, and which is why that curation. The third one is for designing. We ourselves use Canva AI, Mid-Journey quite a bit. Adobe Firefly is okay, but I think it's still lower compared to the others. If you're looking for text-based infographics, then Ideogram is a really nice one. The fourth one is for videos. They say that a picture speaks 1,000 words, a video speaks 100,000 words, right? So everybody wants the reels, everybody wants stories. Here are 6 tools that you can use for generating videos. And again, if you're doing podcasts, then you will use Descript. If you're using animation, probably Pika. The fifth bucket that I've put together is for AI-based audio and music. I think the most common one in this is Suno. How many of you have used Suno? Quite surprising, only a few. So you can, and also the thing is that if you have a paid subscription, very important, if you do not have paid subscription, do not use those audio for commercial usage. It's quite easy. You can take 1 month subscription if you really want to use it for commercial purposes, but do take a licensed version. So you have now in this 11 labs is the most common one for generating voice generation for your voiceovers and stuff, which is used. There's something which is interestingly happening also in voice generation is hybrid AI, in which you have a single person which actually records the entire thing. This is more for like episodic content, TV content, wherein you have multiple characters. We use that for animation. Is one person does the entire recording, and then we use AI for changing the voices so that we can have the human emotion and yet lower our cost by having only one recording artist instead of having multiple recording artists. The next bucket is on productivity. So if you're looking for documentation, task management, scheduling, meeting transcriptions, meeting summaries, we talked about Fireflies and Otter. So these are the five tools for productivity. The next bucket is on automation. I had already given you 2 examples on Zapier and Make.com, which both are there on the top. But they're also, if you're working with databases, then Airtable AI works better on that. And if you're looking at browser automation, if you have a tool which works through browser, then you're looking at Bardeen. The 8th one is on AI coding. We briefly spoke about this already, that Cloud Code is the best tool right now for coding. But again, if you're looking at, say, prototyping, if you're looking at web apps, there are different tools which perform better than Claude currently. And do remember that what I'm telling you is based on the current standing of the tools. It's rapidly evolving, so the tools ranking will change based on how fast the tool evolves. The next one is from the sales and CRM perspective. So a copy of 5. The first thing is for lead generation, Apollo works really well over there. For your sales mails, again, Lavender. A lot of these tools are actually not being used in India. Zoho is being used. Zoho Zia is quite common here. So do make a note, because at the end of the day, all businesses need sales, business development, and these tools can actually work very well for your outreach. I spoke about this. We also did a small demo about the HR and recruitment tools. So you have, like I mentioned, that you can have your, starting from getting your JDs done to grading of the resumes, AI interviewing. These are being rapidly being added to the top tier companies to reduce an element which is required. One is to save the cost, and the second one is to make it more impartial. And the 11th one is for data and analytics. A lot of your hyper personalization happens based on the data that you collect from your customers, not just from the market, and from the consumption habits of those customers. So and the beauty is that this is something which I gave the example of Chinmay, is that somebody who doesn't understand coding can still utilize these tools. All the tools that I have mentioned do not require you to have any coding background to integrate them into your workflows. The 12th one, like I mentioned, a disgruntled customer is your worst marketing campaign. And for that, we have these 5 tools. The most common one being used in India is Zendesk. But again, depending on what you're trying to do, I have identified 5 different AI tools for you to build on your customer support. And this is something where I started with, is that AI is pattern matching at a massive scale. and it tries its best to do that. But you need to understand that you need to use it and not depend upon it blindly. A lot of data is updated daily based on the training that it receives. And if the training is faulty, the output is faulty. So when you do get, before you send it out, make sure that you verify the outputs. There's AI hallucination, which does happen if you're working on the longer coding platforms, especially. It's coming down, but it's still there. Make sure that the copies that you generate are always looked on by a human before you send it out, unless until you have pre-temporalized for your agentic AI. And I want to leave you with this thought that, people have this thing that AI will replace businesses. AI will not replace businesses. The businesses using AI will replace the traditional businesses. It will definitely reduce dependence on a larger teams, but the businesses which can use it more efficiently will definitely grow. That's it from my side. I'll be happy to take any questions if you have.
Sir, I just want to be create a film with a complete AI. Can you suggest me the some of the tools?
Sorry, for what?
I want to direct a film, movie.
Movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you suggest me the some of the AI tools which I can use for the free, not a commercialized?
You,
It should
you want
be
to make
free.
a movie? You want to make a movie for what? To make money? Or
Yeah.
just for your personal satisfaction?
Personal satisfaction.
Personal satisfaction, you can use ChatGPT.
No, I want movie, complete movie.
So for that, then you have to spend money. I'll give you an example. Have you heard of Tumbad? Right? Have you seen the movie that the Tumbad director has made? Do you remember what that? Uh, Ilahi Anil.
आज साइड पर मेरा आखिरी दिन था।
This particular movie is made with a budget of 33,000. This is just a trailer. What they did is hybrid AI. They actually had the two characters which were shot and then used as a reference for the AI to generate the film. So if you want to make a film, not for free, but 33,000, I think is, a steal. Search for this particular movie, Man Pishach, and the director actually speaks and tells you the specific tools that he has used for making. He has given you the exact making process and what tools have been used for different production. So coming from somebody who has done fantastic content, I think I'll leave it at that. Just search for Man Pishach by Rahi Anil Barwe. That'll give you the answer for that. Any other questions? Can you please pass the mic to?
So please, could you tell about data safety threats of AI usage?
See, whatever you train the model on is a public property. It goes. They have built in, and most of the AI say that they have safety features, which is, for example, if I go here and I go into the settings, they have They have a specific setting about this. Data control, and in data control you have, and most of them have this thing of improve model for everyone. And if you are, see, the first thing is that if you make sure that you don't put any sensitive data out ever on AI. In case it's used for training, then that data is available for everyone. But to be on the safer side, make sure that this is turned off. The improved model for everyone, it is there in Claude, it is there in ChatGPT, it is there in most of the AI tools. So search for this setting and turn that off so that it doesn't train that for other people.
Like if you are preparing, if you built a company using OpenAI and Google's LLM, is there any chance that these companies, when your company grows to a huge extent, like you make crores in margin, so they can, what do you say, sue your company or say, we, your rights belongs to us, or anything like that?
See, there was a time when people used to say that idea is the king. Now execution is the king. You can get ideas from ChatGPT or whatever. So whatever they train it on, first of all, is public data as well, right? So when you're utilizing them for building something, like I mentioned, in certain cases, for example, for audio, if those audios that actually come out, like you look at Suno, those are fingerprinted so that they can be identified whether it's generated through AI or not. And if you use that for commercial purposes, they can definitely sue you for that. There was one in which one of the American producers had used, one of the rappers had actually used Suno's song, and Suno sued that particular rapper. So you have to look at the terms and conditions. But if you're specifically talking about, say, ChatGPT, you can utilize to build your businesses. Nobody can sue you for that. Any other questions? All right, then thank you so much. Pranam will have one more impromptu session right now.
Thank you, Ankur. May I now request the chairman and Shubha Ganesh to come on the dais to give a felicitation to Ankur Basan. I hope the session was good. How many of you have actually used the AI very extensively, even for your exams? See? How many have prepared chits for the exams? See, I see 3 hands. So use the AI to copy. So AI itself is a copy from your textbook, and you're using that to copy. This is even better, right? Thank you so much, Ankur, and thank you, Shravan and Shubha. So I'm going to not take much time. I'm going to just take about 5 to 10 minutes while we have the lunch prepared. So I'm going to stand between you and lunch now. Okay.
If you have any specific questions about the jury process or the kind of questions that the jury will ask you, please feel free. I think this is the time, since we do have another 15-20 minutes. We'll be happy to answer those. And like I mentioned that, it was quite evident from a lot of the presentations, the business plans that were submitted, that they were utilized end-to-end through ChatGPT. My suggestion is go ahead and use ChatGPT. We use it in all our companies. But it should not be evidently ChatGPT. So please make some effort into that. But yes, we are happy to answer any questions related to the jury process if you have. Who will be the jury? We'll have actually a sector specific jury. Typically, the way we form the jury is
We have 3 or 5 people in one jury panel. One is from the chartered accountancy background, one from finance background, one from entrepreneurship background, one from the domain that particular sector is of, and then another 2 people to balance that out. One of them will be probably from our core team, but who specifically, you have high hopes.
My product, to make a prototype of it, it's very expensive. So will I need a prototype for the jury round?
Honestly, if you have an MVP, it does help you. And when I say MVP, say for example, if you're talking of an app, right, you need not have the complete working app, but at least if you have the screen flow, that helps, right? It shows that you have put an effort into it, and there is something, a, a lot of the so the first round of evaluation that we did, wherein just based on the business plan that you have been shortlisted, a lot of those people which were just like research papers or college projects have been weeded out. So those who do have an MVP definitely have an edge.
Also, one more doubt from one of my friend. He says, what if it is service based?
So for service based, your business model needs to be there, and I mean business model specifically needs to be there for everyone, but then your business model needs to be refined on what service you're offering and how you're going to be offering that service, right? For offering the service also, you need a platform, or how if you're going to integrate into a third party for offering that service, what is that integration like?
Basically, the jury is going to look at how much have you thought through the whole thing. So it has to be demonstrable. It has to be seen that you actually worked out the process and you know how the process will work, whether it's a service or whether it's a product. So if you have an MVP, then obviously they know you're serious about it and you have shown a demonstrable item to them. So jury is looking at, first is uniqueness of your idea. Second is, will that really help in today's market to have that item? And third is, of course, how serious as an entrepreneur you are. That is very important to show to the jury that you're very serious about your idea and you're planning to, actually execute the business plan you're submitting.
See, at the end of the day, our aim with Manthan is not just to have a business plan competition, but to encourage entrepreneurship, right? And if we see that there are people who are moving towards entrepreneurship rather than just a business plan on paper, it gives you the edge.
Sir,
Also, the thing is that we have a lot of investors, whether they are angel investors, VCs. Some of us, Shravan himself has invested in a couple of companies. Don't hound him. Afterwards, he'll not look at any business plan now. I have invested in a few. If you have a prototype, it also helps you reach out to these kind of people, because to my knowledge, I know of only one pre-idea accelerator, which is set up by my friend, who is the ex-director of technical director for Facebook. It was called Facebook then. So he has one called South Park Commons. It is there also. They have one branch in India, in Koramangala. But except for that, everything is based on your MVP. So you'll have your accelerators and stuff which will help you, but your funding also will come only if you have something tangible.
sir, I have few questions to you. The thing is, our product MVP is ready, but we are on the phase of testing. It requires few more days, say like couple of months for the testing phase, where during the time of presentation, we will be having some partial reports. So will the report be considered?
Yes, absolutely. See, like I mentioned that, we are looking for seriousness towards your business plan that you have, and testing is part of, is a phase of that. So if you have your MVP, you're testing. One important thing is, when we had the previous panel and we had the 2 girls talking about the pesticide, And there was a question that Chinmay asked was that if you use that particular thing, what will be the yield? Fine, you're talking about the soil quality, but that results in something, right? And you need to quantify that. So if your reports are even partial, but they can quantify that, hey, you know what, using this particular thing, this can happen, or this percentage return can happen, or whatever, that itself is something that you're quantifying that the jury can see.
I also have another one question. Like, I have my product done, so I'm searching for the customers. Say the market. Will the market accept the product? Will they purchase my product? And what will the price they are doing? Like, what kind of surveys will the juries expect? Like, will be validated? Like, which type of surveys to be done?
Yeah, it all depends on your product. For example, if like one of the team which had come was a college, was a Coursera type of a program where for college students. So you just have to reach out to the customer you think you're building the product for. Supposing you're building the product for students, then you go to your college itself, ask all your friends whether this product will they buy. If they are willing to buy, what price are they willing to pay? Like for example, somebody said, I won't pay 350 for this particular product, so it won't fly at that, or that particular person is not your customer. Your customer comes from a different segment, and hence who's that customer? So it is all a trial and error process where you have to reach out. And for a jury, if they see, okay, you've reached out to 10 customers or 20 customers and have got this particular feedback, then you will get a better ranking in the jury process.
Ma'am, I also sorry for the thing. Like the survey part, like whether the Google Forms stuff or you want a particular video for the jury, what is the stuff it has to be done?
See, when you the survey that you do, whether you put a picture of it, you put a video of it, or you show a sample, survey forms. At the end of the day, the answer should be that what the surveys are talking of, right? If you put 4 pictures of you are taking a survey and speaking with somebody, I know some people have submitted this as part of the business plan, is that they have actually put videos of them going and speaking to people. Fine, but what is the result of that? So we are more concerned about the result. Even if you don't show us any forms, doesn't matter. Yeah, but don't fake say, oh, I went and spoke with 1000 people and 82.4% of them have responded to that. We'll have follow-up questions for that also.
He knows to find out things.
I also, just to add to what I was speaking earlier about the funding, for those who are in the fintech space, Agama Ventures, this is the second fund that they are creating of 400 crores, have expressed their interest that those finalists which are from the fintech space, they'll be happy to give them an opportunity to pitch to them. How many? Right now we have 265 teams. In the next round, there is no specific number that we aim for, but typically it cuts down to about 30 to 40 for the next round. And then I think the top 25 teams are what we are giving, right? The prizes.
Next round will be the next round will be a more serious elimination, because in this first round, the markings were much more lenient than the jury round. So next round elimination will be more severe. That's why we come down to 40 from 260. 300, I think.
265.
265.
Sir, my question would be here.
Yeah.
So like Chinmay says, we had a lot of slides which it took through, and there were many questions there. I wouldn't say all of them, but I'm confident that for our product, that we'll be able to answer most of the questions with precision. So like my doubt was if is it like the base of what the jury is will be asking, or will we have to find out more questions that the jury might ask?
See, the questions that Chinmay has asked will not be the exact questions that the jury will ask. But it definitely gives you a strong insight into what jury can ask and what you need to improve upon. Like for example, when somebody spoke about the demographics of who is your client, and he kept telling you that narrow it down, speak about geography, speak about the gender, speak about the age, as much as you can narrow, it'll help you. So these are some of the common things that typically we see is what he has covered. Like for example, this specific thing, after the business plan, the knowledge workshops, we generally see people have beautiful graphics, they have their sam tam som, and a lot of people say, oh, my product everybody will use. It doesn't work that way. You need to really identify who's your client, who's going to be your customer, what they're willing to pay, what is the market comparison that is there. So what he has put towards is something definitely helpful. It'll be part of the questions that you can be asked, but like I said, there are 5 jury people, and everybody has different experience, so there will be other questions that will be asked. And of course on the financials as well, you need to have your key financials ready. So in terms of how have you arrived at your cost price, does it include everything, including the taxation component? What is your selling price? What are your margins? In your margins, have you considered things like replacements, returns, theft, spoilage, things getting broken in transit, XYZ? Have you considered the cost of operations, not just of producing that particular good, but also for maintenance, for service, for accounts, your running the entire show? So these financials, and then some basic. Honestly, in this particular round, we are not looking at detailed financials. So we are not looking at your long 3-year, 5-year balance sheets, profit and loss accounts, but we do require you to have a basic understanding of what your break-even point is going to be, what kind of sales you need to achieve, what are your cost price, what are your selling price.
So that we are on a right track if we are able to answer all the questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Rest, you have ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT to ask you questions.
MANTHAN as such. Just wanted to clear, would this be applicable to this 265 startups, or is it only for the finalist as such?
So
just
yeah,
better
so even if this is something that we have always told people, is that at the end of the day, because it's a competition, there will be winners, but that doesn't mean that the winners are the best business plans that will be successful. Our intention with Manthan is to sow the seeds of entrepreneurship in each one of you, and as the body, we are always there for each one of you. If you need support, you can reach out to us. You have the secretariat's contact details. We are very happy to do the hand holding. We have had people, for example, I'll tell you, there was this guy, Suchandra, about 4 or 5 years ago, and he wanted to make an app for selling gold, and because he comes from a jewelry background, he was not in the top 25. But I think about 2 years back, or 3 years back, I went for the inauguration of his app, and he is successful. He's into entrepreneurship now, and he had a solid, last when I spoke to him, he had a solid user base. So like I mentioned, that just because it's a competition, some people will win, some people will lose, and because it's a competition and there's a jury, it's going to be subjective to that particular jury on what they find is based on the parameters that are given to them. But if you are serious about your business, we are there for you.
And what's specific to my startup?
Yeah, just to add, on 30th, what Chairman Shravan had announced, you have mentors coming on MSME Day. So if you want mentors, you can come there and access the mentors. We provide mentors only for the shortlisted 40. Later on, they will have mentors for a month who will help them and guide them throughout till the finale. Right? But if you feel you want mentors, you can write to us. We will provide mentors even now.
So the jury will be allocated in the first week of June, I suppose, or after the shortlisting?
Yeah, so 1 week after the MSME conclave is when the jury round will happen. I am guessing that in the next week or so, they will decide on the dates and come back to you.
Got it. And with specific to my startup, so we have built a machine and we want the MVP study. We wanted to do some testing in metro stations or some other public space. So is there any reach you could lead us through the government so that we can place it for the trial period as a support?
See, first is whenever you're reaching the government, it's always hard. Um, uh, if you are telling them that we'll do this for free for you and they're not going to have any issues, then there are certain chances. Otherwise, it is a tendering process. For you to have that reach, you need to send out specific on what you want to do, what will be the outcome of that, whom you want to reach out to, and then the secretariat can work on that. FKCCI does have a very good rapport with different parts of the government, so they can help you with that.
Sure, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? And can we check online if there are any questions from people who have joined us online? There are quite a few chats over there. Click on the chat. Parshuram. Click on the chat. Chat over here. Okay. Click on that. Yeah, just scroll all the way down. Parshuram, scroll down. Full scroll. No, don't close. Okay. Whom should I reach out to for the mentors? You will reach out to the secretariat. So Mr. Nagraj has been in touch with you, I think, or Yashoda might have been in touch. So whoever is in touch from FKCCI currently, you can reach out to them. Is it necessary to create prototype or clear image and presentation is enough? I think we have already answered that it is, if you have an MVP, it is definitely an advantage. Can we go down and see the others, Parshuram? When can we expect the next round results? You will have the results after the jury round. We haven't had the jury yet, so you will. So what will happen is that after the MSME conclave at the end of the month, you will have a physical round of jury. So you will come present your business plan to the jury, and they are going to then grade you, and then all that is going to be compiled, and then we'll come back with the results.
The next jury round is physical for everybody. I think that was a question.
Yeah, the jury round is physical for everyone. My sector was about waste management, but it turned into agriculture. So if your sector that has been assigned to you is not proper, please reach out to the secretary and ask them to shift you from that particular sector.
Next process in selection is jury round.
The next process is jury round. For the online attendees will be jury round conducted online or offline. It'll be offline for all of you. So you will need to come down to FKCCI. Those who are outside Bangalore, the team will coordinate with you for your travel and stay.
FKCCI will provide the travel.
FKCCI will provide the stay, and I think will reimburse you for the travel. How can we get mentors? We've already answered that. Scroll up. Okay, I think that's it. 47 and a half.
Shravan, can you click on that 4700? Why are they going into the participants?
Why they keep going into the participants?
That's exactly what I want. Shravan, can you close the participant list and click on the chats? Can you click on the 47 message? Yeah, good.
Since you're not ready for the this is for the smart OS AI. Since you're not ready for public testing, I will suggest that you just give the demo to the jury, and keep in mind that you typically have about 8 minutes. So you will need to pace yourself so that you have about 1 minute or 2 minutes max for the demo that you will give, and the remaining you can cover in your in the PowerPoint, the presentation that you're doing. You don't need to have public data if you're not ready for it. How much time given for presentation? You will get these exact details in terms of the number of minutes for the presentation and the Q&A before the next round. Yeah, it's typically 10 minutes, 10 plus 5 for the first round, and then it shortens for the next round. When we'll be getting the details about the next round, about what to do and all those instructions. So like Shravan mentioned, the next one is participation at the MSME conclave. You're all welcome and requested to join, and 1 week from that will be the jury round. If you have exams at the time of the jury round, reach out to the secretariat. They will figure out a way to include you. Next presentation will be offline, in person.
So I thank everyone for joining the first half of the session. Any further questions, please route it through the secretariats, and FKCCI team will respond to you.
Sir, here,
Where?
when should the prototype should be ready, sir?
Sorry?
Prototype, when should it be ready, sir?
If you can do it before the jury round, it is well and good, because the jury can see the prototype, right?
Yeah.
So if you can do it before the jury round, it would be good.
It should be present in MSME, sir?
No,
Okay.
no. There is no presentation at MSME. So we'll only be meeting in MSME, that's all. No presentation. Okay. So I understand that we'll meet the mentors and get some inputs and interaction. So it will be more like networking. So you won't have any presentations to do in the MSME conclave. Okay, so we will break for lunch, and we'll start exactly sharp at 2 p.m. And the lunch is served at 4th floor. So I request everyone to go to the 4th floor for lunch. Thank you. Let us switch it out. Okay, attention should be here. Okay, so I'm going to give a 2-minute icebreaker. Okay, we'll do an icebreaker session. So how many of you know the game called Simon Says? Okay, so we'll make a twist. So we'll not say Simon, we'll say Shravan. Because why Shravan? Shravan is the chairman of our Manthan committee. So we'll say Shravan Says. So I want everyone to stand up. Everyone. See, the last 2 rows, I'm going to ask you guys to come forward immediately. Oh, those 2 people, excuse me, please come forward. This is not a movie theater. Please come forward. So if you think of leaving the room, I will have the rooms locked. The auditorium will be locked. So don't plan to leave the room. Okay. So you can sit. Okay, so now I'm going to say, Shravan says something and you have to do. If you don't do it, or if you do wrong, you have to sit down. Okay. Now Shravan says stand up. Yeah. So when I say Shravan says raise your right hand, you have to raise your right hand. So only when I say Shravan says, you have to do that action, whatever it is. Okay. Shravan says raise your right hand. Shravan says raise your left hand. I didn't say raise your right hand down. So all those who didn't raise, the one in the black girl, all of them, please sit down. I never said lower your right hand. I said Shravan says right and left. So all of them sit down, whoever did. Okay, excellent. Now Shravan says lower your left hand. Shravan says lower your right hand. Ankur says raise your right hand. Both of you. Okay, Shravan says raise your right leg. Shravan says put your right leg down. Shravan says hold your left ear. Are you holding the correct ear? I think somebody held the wrong one here. Okay, Shravan says hold the right ear. Leave the left ear. Okay, all of them. They're here. Yeah. Shravan says leave the left ear. Shravan says raise your left hand. Leave the right ear. I think I saw that too. You're out. Okay. Shravan says, but I didn't say left hand down. You are down out. You are out as well. Shravan says lower your left hand. Shravan says lower your right hand. Raise your right hand. Okay, both of you. Both of you out. Even you are out. Okay. Shravan says clap. Shravan says raise your left hand. Okay, you got to be fast. Okay, you can't think what I'm saying and then do it. You got to be very quick. Lower your right hand. Lower your left hand. Shravan says lower your right hand. Shravan says lower your left hand. Okay, now raise your right hand. Somebody. No? Okay, how can I clap? Okay, but I'll give it. It's okay. Shravan says raise your left hand. Clap. Out. Even you're out, I think. You lowered your hand. Okay, Shravan says lower both your hands. Okay. Now, Shravan says pull your right ear. You are out. You pulled the wrong ear. No, somebody pulled the wrong ear. Okay. Shravan says pull your left ear. Lower your left hand. You're out. Shravan says lower both hands. Okay. The three people standing there I can't see because of the glare. So you may want to come forward. Hey, no, it's okay. The point is they have to do it from that place. We'll give snacks. Don't worry. Okay, thank you. Clap. Who does? You did that? Okay. Okay, Shravan says clap. Shravan says clap. Shravan says clap. Shravan says left hand. What? I just said left hand. I didn't ask you to raise. Okay. Okay, all those who didn't show have to sit down. You are out. Okay. Okay. Shravan says clap. Shravan says clap. Shravan says raise right hand. Raise left hand. Out. Both of you out. Even he's out. Even you're out because you lowered the other hand. Okay, why have you raised both the hands and the rest of them have not? You are out because I said left hand. I didn't ask you to raise. I didn't say Shravan says. So you are out. Yeah, yeah. But I didn't say Shravan says left hand. I never said Shravan says left hand. So I said right hand. Shravan says right hand, then left hand I said. Okay. Shravan says lower the left hand. You're out. Okay. Shravan says raise your left hand. Clap. Shravan says clap. Shravan says lower both hands. Shravan says clap. Shravan says left hand. Okay, that's okay. As long as you show the hand, that's okay. So there are only 3 people standing. Okay. So whoever among these 2 goes down, the other 2 will get the prize. Okay. So the competition is between you 3. So you guys got to listen very carefully and then do it. Okay. Shravan says raise your right hand. Shravan says raise your left hand. Shravan says lower your left hand. Shravan says lower your right hand. Clap. Shravan says raise your right hand. Shravan says clap. Shravan says lower your left hand. Both of okay, she's out. Okay, so I want both of you to come forward, and I want the chairman of Manthan to come forward and give the moment of a token of appreciation for both of you. So I want both of you to come and tell your names and the college that you guys come from. Now after snacks. So you'll have to introduce your name.
Akash from Christ University.
Okay, and how about you?
Hello guys, my name is Likita and I'm from CMR Institute of Technology.
Thank you, everyone. How many of you had actually attended the knowledge workshop 2, 1 and 2? I expected everyone actually to raise their hands because that was the session we are supposed to attend. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to move in the next session. So as I mentioned earlier, we have the eminent speaker for with regard to startup policy and schemes by, and this will be taken by Pramod Prabhudev. He is the founder of READ, Research, Innovation, Entrepreneurship, Development. So I'm just going to give a brief about Pramod Prabhudev. Pramod is the founder of READ, a platform being built to strengthen the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem through research, translation, startup validation, institutional activation, and incubation ecosystem integration. With over 15 years of experience spanning employability, development, entrepreneurship, ecosystem, incubation support, industry, academia, collaboration, and startup mentoring. He has worked extensively with educational institutions, incubators, innovation platforms, and aspiring entrepreneurs across India. READ is being shaped. READ is the research, innovation, entrepreneurship, development is being shaped under the active mentorship of Dr. K.R. Murli Mohan, scientist G, former mission director of DST, Government of India, with a focus on research translation and patent commercialization, idea to MVP validation, startup grant and incubation readiness, institutional innovation ecosystem, semi-urban and rural innovation policy pipelines. Pramod has previously led incubation and entrepreneurship development initiatives through Presidency Launchpad Association, Presidency University, Bangalore, and has actively contributed towards the startup ecosystem development, innovation, outreach, and industry academia engagement across multiple institutions. He is passionate about building scalable innovation ecosystems that connect institutions, incubators, from mentors, investors, and startups towards high impact national development outcomes. So my now request to give you a big round of applause and welcome Pramod Prabhudev.
Very good afternoon to all the young energies gathered over here. Like you all have known now, I'm Pramod Prabhudev, and the company that I have founded is called READ, Research, Innovation, Entrepreneurship, Development. So there is something which is common with you and me right now. Okay, all these years, I have been preaching. I have been firing up young energies like you. I have been working with campuses. I am talking about, uh, how is it that energies can be converted into real world outcomes. So I guess a good way to give a good understanding to you would be just to quickly introduce you to how this journey started with me. It is not very long ago when I can picture myself, sitting just like you all and listening to eminent speakers. And when I look back, it has been a couple of decades almost. Okay. So, like you all, I was also on the verge of graduation, and I thought, life is going to happen in a big way. The moment I finish graduation, the whole world is going to conspire to make sure I have a success path with me. Okay, but turns out the moment I step out of college, the most important requirement was some money in the pocket. Okay, and yeah, suddenly, all this time your bank was your dad, but suddenly your dad is looking away. He's also, sizing you up, and hello, I've done all the possible investment funding for you. It is about time you give back something. Okay, so that's when I started analyzing. Okay, fine, I have a degree behind me, so on and so forth. So things like, what am I good at? What are my strengths? What are my skills? These kind of questions started coming to me the moment I stepped out. Okay, the reality check. The IT happened to Bangalore in a big way. So somehow, even though I stepped out as a mechanical engineer, the IT wave swept me. Okay, and yeah, Bangalore was doing business with the rest of the world. Anybody who could communicate could find a place in a nice air-conditioned hall, with a decent salary. So this was 2000, early 2000s. Okay, 2001. So, but then again, I somehow felt, for the whole lot of education that I've had, I'm still not in a position to quantify my skills. Am I going to be sitting in this AC chambers, staring at the screens, and solving problems, as processes for the rest of the world, or am I going to do something more? Plus the traffic of Bangalore, so on and so forth. So, I decided to find a way to escape. So education was a route. I picked up my master's from UK, but I frankly wanted to explore and escape, starting from the Bangalore traffic to also trying to understand what is it that I can do with my life, which is, what are my real strengths and so on and so forth. Okay. So the pursuit took me to UK. I completed my master's. I, worked there for with financial services company. That's an interesting journey. But I belong to a small town called Shimoga here in Karnataka, not anymore, as small. Okay, but then, when I was all prepared to get back, a local college approached me. Okay, they said the first batch of engineering students are about to step out. Can you please connect them with jobs with all the companies that you've worked so far? So that's when I sat with all of you. It was not very hard to get some great companies in, but I could see that not even 10 students got recruited. Majority of them had the same confusion that I had, and it was even multiplied with smartphones. And now I guess with AI, the multiplication has, I would say, gone up by tenfold. Still students or any youngster were not able to make informed choices when it comes to their futures. Okay, so that's when I picked up that particular problem, and I started working with young people intensively, mainly to articulate their roadmaps for future. Okay, what is it that they want to do? Okay, what is it that they want to build, and how is it that they want to sell? So the journey of last 15 years working with students has led to something like research, innovation, and entrepreneurship development. The company READ. Okay, so mainly what is it that I'm doing, okay, is what we'll try and quickly understand, and how can it benefit somebody like you who is giving me their precious time. And also I thank FKCCI for having me here. I see there are some great energies which have aggregated. I'm surely we can do some interesting things going ahead. So starting from the very plot, I understand there has been a kind of a churning process. All of you have ideated, all of you have innovated. Now you want to know how the country can help you build as well as sell, isn't it? So that's the perspective I'm bringing in. Let's step forward. Can I have the next slide, please? Where is the clicker is right here. Thank you. You will point there. DPIIT, Department of Promotion of Internal Trade. Okay, so there are, what does the country's entrepreneurship ecosystem comprise of? Starting from DPIIT, the Department of Science and Technology, these are all the pillars. We will be going there, but as of now, this is the statistics. Across the country, across all our states, we have over 1.7 lakh DPIIT recognized startups. To get a DPIIT recognition would be your next step. If I am right, all of you have almost arrived at what you want to build, and you also want to sell it. And yeah, things like funding, who's going to give us the initial investment, who's going to give the seed capital, so on and so forth. All these questions. Who are all these VCs? Who are all the angel investors? Who's going to give me the money? Okay, so I would say money is the last thing that you should be thinking. Okay, because money is everywhere. Trust me. Okay, I have stepped into the fray with you right now. I'm as good as you are. Okay, maybe I am trying entrepreneurship in my phase 2, but then again, I may bring some experience and insights. But let me tell you, as far as investment is concerned, I'm sorry, I'm not sitting on pot full of cash. I'm also just like you, looking around, for somebody who can help me at this stage. Okay, surprisingly, before I share that journey, let us digest this particular slide. So we have 1.7 lakh ideas, and we have 100 plus unicorns in the country. Okay, and yes, my role prior to Presidency University was with one of the other incubators, which was from Graphic Era University in Uttarakhand. Okay, this is up north. So having said which, I managed a centrally funded incubator over there. Okay, so let me tell you something. Okay, you people may have experienced an incubator or may have not experienced an incubator, but I must tell you, including this 1.7 lakh DPIIT recognized startups and the ideas that have germinated here, majority of these startups lack clarity in terms of what is the solution that they are trying to build. Of course, DPIIT has done the churning process. Okay, the basic due diligences like having a bank account, okay, or registering your own private limited company, or that commencement of business. Okay, or what does it take, even before registering a company, a private limited? What are the different kinds of legal forms in which your idea can become a business model, whether you want to align as a proprietorship, whether you want to become a private limited, whether you want to become an LLP? You will have to understand what is that framework that fits in best. Okay, so as far as DPIIT concerned, it needs minimum 2 directors. Okay, the logic being, it is not just you, but you have to create a buy-in for with one more person who is enrolled into the possibility of creating a business out of this problem versus solution statement that you have identified. One other person who is trusting that yes, this can work. So if you're a private limited, you can have a DPIIT registration. And I must tell you, I'm not DPIIT registered yet. Why? Because my business, is awaiting selection of an auditor, selection of a company secretary, as well as creation of a bank account number. Okay. And let me also tell you this. I might have preached a lot of things. Okay. But now that I have stepped into the game, I was just discussing in the boardroom, it took me almost about 2 to 3 months, even though I hired services, to create my own legal entity as a private limited. It was only after about 60 to 90 days when this became a legal entity. Okay. And let me also tell you, it is only when the idea which you have defined as a solution for a problem that you have identified, when that crystallizes is when you will start thinking about how at every stage, you have this, I would say, uh, enablers. Okay, the ecosystem is very well thought of. Every question that you answer with the DPIIT in terms of what problem you're going to solve, what is the market size, what kind of research, so on and so forth. This is all going to help you, in terms of understanding your business from the country's perspective. So you should try that. Okay. And I would say, as far as Karnataka is concerned, okay, I have sat in meetings in Uttarakhand. I have been a part of the Startup Mahakumbh last year. So, and I've had a chance of knowing what is happening with states, across the country, wherever we go. The moment you say you're from Bangalore, you're from Karnataka, people look up. Okay. I must thank all the powers that be that has, put Karnataka as well as Bangalore in this particular position. Okay. So I would say you guys are blessed to be in Karnataka and especially in Bangalore. Today, everyone who has identified a problem, that could be local. Okay, but you can put the solution across the globe. This entire ecosystem, including FKCCI, is an enabler for every aspiring entrepreneur from Karnataka, and you can be rest assured that you can get everything in this ecosystem to build your business model. Okay, so like, a very thoughtful line that is put over there: earlier generation search for jobs, your generation can build opportunities. If you want to quickly understand the truth of this matter, just go back to generations. Just think about how life was for your own father, how it was for his grandfather. Okay, you will get an idea about what kind of choices they made, what kind of lifestyles they had, and how their choices were determined by needs. But then again, as a country, we have, arrived at a space where young people like you right now, whatever that you want to build and whatever that you want to sell, this ecosystem is just ripe enough for you to give all kinds of mentorship or market access or money. Is everyone with me so far? Am I too fast or am I irrelevant? Please let me know. I want it to be a two-way conversation. Okay. So you can just put up your hands and just ask me anything you like at any point in time. Okay. So going forward, for me, during my 20s, just like you, it was very hard for me to simply identify what exactly am I built for? What is my passion? Okay. And what are my skills? And what is it that can deliver a great life and a great career for me? Okay, the churning process that was happening in the 20s, okay, led me to pursue my master's in the UK. I also did a specialization in international business. But finally, when I got back home, And when I had looked around everywhere trying to find where is it that I fit in. So when this opportunity came by, from this local institution, and when I could understand, a lot of young people, including myself, it is very hard for us to derive the context for all the content that we have grasped as education. So somehow, when I learned that we are not making informed choices, especially youngsters in the age group of 15 to 25 years, that's when I zeroed down on that problem and I said, okay, with whatever energies I have, okay, starting from this opportunity, let me try and build a solution. So my life goal became something like young people should make informed choices, okay, and thereby, live a life that is empowered. So, it was working for academic institutions where large number of, graduating youngsters, who are deciding for their futures when it comes to walking the walk and talking the talk, whether they want to become an employee, whether they want to become an entrepreneur, what kind of thought processes, what kind of workshops, so on and so forth, finally has led to, something like read right now. Okay. That one perfect idea never comes. The best idea from personal experience, I would say, is something that finds an inspiration within. Okay, let me ask a very quick question. This beautiful word, entrepreneur, do we know what this word means, entrepreneur, in its real sense? Any hands going up? What does this word entrepreneur mean? It's a strange sounding word, no? Entrepreneur. Most of the times we don't get the pronunciation right. Is it derived from English? Yes. Enterprise, so on and so forth. You know what is even more interesting? Something that even ChatGPT won't tell you. That French-based word, was actually derived from a Sanskrit word. The word entrepreneur basically means antraha prerana. Prerana is inspiration. Okay. What is it that one idea or a problem or a solution that you have observed, and what is it that can inspire you to, I would say, dedicate your life in that direction? Okay. So that is the kind of inspiration that drives a true entrepreneur. Okay. And frankly speaking, when I narrowed down on the problem that I faced and problem that many young people are facing, that we are not making informed choices, that's when I felt a small tingling of inspiration. Okay. And after that, across many campuses, many young people, guided directions, now that has crystallized into something like this. Okay. And how this is going to cause the outcomes that I have envisioned is something that I'm trying along with all other entrepreneurs right now. Okay. So yes, when I ask myself, am I afraid, am I fearing failure? Well, to be very honest, yes. But then again, how I'm engaging with this fear? How is it that I am, talking, to experts, understanding the problem, so on and so forth? Can I just have, one idea that was churned over the last couple of days over here? I understand, there were about 4,500 applications, out of which, the best ideas have been selected over here. Can I just have one of you to talk about your idea? Thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I think I'm about 10 minutes. No? About 20. Okay, great. Yeah.
Sir, so basically my idea is about collecting waste plastic, crushing it down, and then make plastic sheets out of it, cut it in CNC cut it, and then make aero models out of it, and supply those aero models to schools, hobbyists, and as well as Airwing NCC units as well, because it is mandatory to learn aero modeling over those places.
So at this stage, I would just say definitely it's a valid problem. Okay, and the solution that you are trying to create is also relevant. Okay, but I will just leave you with one insight. Okay, please deep dive. Research. And define the magnitude of the problem. In terms of converting it to the product that you want to build. Okay, what kind of research has been done by expert researchers across the country? What kind of patents have been aggregated? Okay, so in my experience, from a lot of startups that have been created across 1,500 incubators that are there in the country, okay, selling and sustaining beyond 3 years. Okay, and it is here that I strongly felt if good products, if good solution statements are aligned with research, then the chances of survival are far more. Okay, so please do your research, and also you will have the QR code. You can align with us. There is a collective which has been built of expert researchers from across the country. We'll be happy to see what kind of an intention, what is the strength of the intention that you're carrying, who's the person, what is the problem, what is the kind of possibility that Reed can bring to make sure your solution will sell. This goes out to all the ideas. Anyways, I'm here to talk about the startup schemes as well as the money. I think we have now set the context. We will just go to the next slide very quickly. So there is very good mentorship, there is a roadmap, there is an ecosystem, there is definitely government supports. We will get to know what kind of supports in just the next slide. So, and also validation in terms of building whether your product is actually needed in the market. This is basically why majority of the ideas never become startups if they do not go through this process of inquiry. Okay, so moving on to the next slide. Where am I? Sorry. Just a few slides. Okay, so please soak in this frame. So when it comes to understanding the broad framework of Startup India, okay, so these are the four major pillars. What does Startup India stand for, basically? So yes, to promote innovation, encourage research and development, grants and idea validation. So when it comes to grants, I'll definitely be talking to you about it. Okay, and of course, driving employment. How, good ideas that become startups not only generate revenue, but also create job opportunities. Okay, providing the required mentorship, the funding and the regulatory help. This is what you can get from Startup India. Build ecosystems, develop incubators, networks, and policy frameworks. Any one of you want to set up an incubator, any organization wants to build an incubator. So there is support from Startup India in terms of setting up an incubator. Incubators, if any of you have not been exposed, since I've created some, basically any idea that can solve a potential problem, create revenue, create employment, is classified as a startup. So incubators are built to mainly provide the three major M's: the mentorship, the market access, as well as money. Okay, and these incubators, are normally within your universities. uh, a university has to step forward and say that they want to create a Section 8 company, not just job seekers, but they also want to create job givers. So that's when, the Startup India supports them with a grant of 5 CR to 10 CR to set up their own incubator. Okay. So then these 4 pillars basically work together to create a complete support system, starting from DPIT recognition, okay, whether you want incubation, the funding access, the government tenders, all of these has been, a part of the Startup India. And when it comes to how each of you as an idea can benefit from this, we will just go to the next slide. Hopefully I don't mess it up this time. Okay. Right. 6 steps is what you can see, isn't it? So basically, the stages for every founder, the roadmap, as per the Startup India. So problem versus idea. So identify a real problem and validate your solution. So the startup teams that are here, definitely, with all the workshops that would have happened, you would have developed, an eye for problems, that are urgent and important for this country. So when it comes to the social development goals of the country, okay, and also if the solution that you are building is aligned with the challenges that the country is facing, okay, and if it follows broadly into any one of those categories, be it agriculture and food systems, be it mobility solutions, be it energy, so these are the kind of problem statements that gather attention of Startup India. Okay, so normally from the colleges that you have come, the incubators at the idea stage will be trying to aggregate your energy into any one of these baskets that can be aligned towards seeking support. Okay, does anybody have an idea what was the national budget for innovation and entrepreneurship? Since we are talking about money here, okay, can I have some answers as to what do you think is the national budget for innovation and entrepreneurship? What was last year's budget? Any answers? Roughly 1,000 crores was one answer. Okay, so while you're doing that with your smartphones, okay, it has been averaging somewhere in the range of 50 to 55,000 crores. Okay, over the last couple of decades, you can say the country has about 1,500 incubators. Okay, this budget is earmarked to promote entrepreneurs. Okay, and how does the country promote entrepreneurs? By understanding what kind of ideas every incubator across every state in the country has. Okay, so DSC is the controlling mechanism. Okay, so every state has a budget when it comes to innovation and entrepreneurship, and every state has centrally funded, state funded incubators. Okay, so in a campus of about 10,000 or 20,000 students, if the incubator has about 100 ideas, people sitting at the top, they will be looking at how many of these ideas are fitting into the national problem statement. Okay, and what is the kind of solution that the students are building? Whether these solutions are up to the mark when it comes to the tech. Okay, whether these solutions have been supported enough, by the university incubator in itself. How relevant has some kind of market testing happened? Okay, for example, just to give you an idea, okay, one of the startups that I channelized funding for during my tenure at Presidency University was this startup called Farm Route Agritech. Okay, just to give you an idea, so it involves applying for the grant. Okay, it involves explaining what kind of an MVP, what kind of a prototype that has been developed. So Farm Route Agritech basically built organic pesticides. They identified on a problem which is local to Karnataka, especially areca nut and coconut trees, they have high amount of worm infestation. Okay, so the Farm Root Agritech founder, okay, he was passionate about agricultural science. Okay, in fact, he happens to be the father of one of the students who was spending a lot of time in the incubator. So he came to find out why his son is wasting so much of time in incubator and ended up building a company himself. Okay, he took up that problem. Okay, and the country quickly saw that this is a very good solution. So he came up with something like pheromone traps, which traps the male pheromone, which multiplies, the insects that are basically with coconut and areca nut trees. Immediately, the moment I applied for grant, I started getting calls, and then they said, who is this startup? What is the solution? So on and so forth. So for them, something like Nidhi Prayas, the word Prayas in itself says, okay, you're trying to build a solution which is relevant. Let us help the young person with this startup, with this kind of a grant. The Nidhi Prayas grant is anywhere between 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. Okay, and it has to be applied through an incubator. You will have to align with an incubator whose key focus area is agriculture and food systems. So, and when they see that you and your team and the solution you're trying to build, is purpose built and you have the right kind of intention, okay, so this incubator further validates that idea and applies for the grant. Okay, so this is the overall framework. Okay, so having said which, it is very important that you identify a real problem and validate your solution with the incubator. Thereafter, the next step is building of prototype and MVP. I was hearing that this kind of a process has happened and some of you have already built an MVP. Okay, and like I said, join an incubator for mentorship and support. So we at my company, so now that I have put about 15 years of experience in this domain across the 1,500 sectors, I have a fair idea of what kind of incubators support what kind of startups. Okay, so the intention of developing this framework is to make sure I channelize every idea into the right kind of incubator as well, so that there is some kind of a, I would say, identification of the strengths of the incubator and then aligning with that kind of an incubator. So that is the framework we are trying to build. Okay, and then the next step, the DPIT and funding, the market revenue, validate with customers, generate revenue. For example, a few of the universities that I'm working with, okay, they have excellent infrastructure, physical working spaces, they have identified the problems, great startups, so on and so forth. But the stuff, apart from the internal customers, the startup is not sustaining, it is not creating any kind of sales beyond the campus. Okay, and this campus wants to know why are these startups, despite all our best efforts, why is the solution not selling? What kind of market, so on and so forth. Okay, so that is the time we zero down on those startups and create acceleration pathways for such kind of startups. Okay, so yeah, grow your team, product, and market reach once you have zeroed down on the idea. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. How many of you are aware of SISFS, Startup India Seed Fund Scheme? So great. Would you like to talk about, have you applied for one? Okay, great. So what was your idea? And I think I have a speaker, so I have to be careful about the time and the interaction and so on. So, okay, we will save it for later, isn't it? Yes, thank you. I can see. So the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, okay, the seed fund, okay, the very easiest way to understand it, every idea that is in the seed stage, how you attract the necessary funds for it. Then comes your Nidhi Prayas, okay, the Prayas, the very word in itself, I have told you about this. Karnataka, of course, we are one of the matured ecosystems. The Elevate program in itself, it is the state-backed funding. So you have your funding come from very own home state of yours, okay? And the MSME support, when it comes to micro, small, and medium enterprises, you just have to go to their website. There is a lot of programs that can fund, every serious idea and every serious intention that an entrepreneur carries. Apart from that, we also have the Atal Innovation Mission. You can make a note of it. The BIRAC, mainly for bio and health sciences, and MATI startup. So this is again for tech and AI. Okay. So broadly speaking, these are the entities for which you can apply for funds and grants. Okay. So, like I said, the FKCCI ecosystem in itself is one of the legacy owned as well as one of the oldest ecosystems here. Some very good people have aggregated in terms of its leadership team. This ecosystem in itself can support you. There are university incubators, Startup Karnataka hubs, and innovation centers across Bangalore. Every incubator across the city is the whole role of this incubator is to welcome an idea, welcome somebody who is keen to execute that idea. So they are there to validate your idea and your intention at every stage. So don't hesitate to walk into any incubator saying, sir, I'm building, this particular solution. I want to become an entrepreneur. How is it that you can help me? Okay. So, you know, every incubators, you have mentorship and validation. They have access to funding and investor access, the legal, business, and industry access. So when it comes to supporting you for an end-to-end business delivery, incubators are invaluable. Okay, so basically these are the 4 roadblocks that you need to be very careful about when you are building something. Validate before you build. Solve a problem that you really understand. They say the solution of every problem, if you are able to define the problem well, half the solution is right there. Okay, so, and again, don't solve a problem until you understand it. And again, sales. So the kind of salesmanship we understand is door to door. But then again, standing here talking to all of you, I'm enrolling you into a possibility. If some of you understand, then I have created a sale then and there. So end of the day, sales is all about creating a buy-in for the solution that you have developed. And if you're passionate about what you've developed, you will definitely end up selling it. Okay, so basically, what would be your next steps as an innovator? So basically, I would say join a community, could be FKCCI, get your idea validated, seek the necessary mentorship. You are born into the generation of information, so you have more and more tools by the day to access good information, find experienced mentorship, leverage the schemes, be it DPIIT recognition, explore what kind of seed funds there are. Okay, and start small, learn fast, and be prepared to pivot. Okay, when I say pivot, if you had a certain solution in mind, as you started selling, you felt that you have to integrate more solutions, then don't be afraid. At the end of the day, what sells is what matters. Okay, so you are a part of a world-class ecosystem already. So when it comes to building and selling a product, the entire infrastructure is available right here. Ask and thou shalt receive. That should be your guiding principle. So here, basically, the framework that I have understood over the last couple of decades working with incubators is, every startup has to be backed by great research. Okay. So this is the framework: research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and development. Okay. So start small, solve real problems. You have AI here. And basically, if there is in any way that Read as an entity can help support in growing, then this is the place for you. So, and I think I have overshot my time. So there you go, sir. Okay. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. I look forward to connect with you all. Thank you. There you go, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I request you to please stay back for a minute? May I now request Chairman Shravan Gurtu and Ankur, the co-chairman, to come on the stage and give a moment as a token of appreciation to Pramod Prabhudev. So we'll move to the next speaker. So the next speaker is Sharat Shamsundar. Beyond, he is going to talk about beyond incorporation essential registration of your business. So I'm just going to give a brief about
That's okay. I think it's visible. Okay, great. So what is GST? It's a comprehensive tax, which means that there were, prior to GST, there were multiple taxes such as VAT, service tax, octroi, etc. So all of that were consolidated and made it as one single tax, which is very comprehensive and multi-stage, which means that through the value chain, which is right from the manufacturer to the consumer, wherever there is a value add, so there the tax would be proportion to that. It is not double taxation. Only on the value which has been added or created from the value chain, the tax gets proportion to that. Then it is a destination-based tax, which means that wherever the service is delivered or the goods are delivered, right? So that taxation is based on that particular state. For example, if the service is originating from Karnataka, then the Karnataka GST or say SGST would be applicable. So when is it applicable? If you are into goods, then 40 lakhs is the threshold. If you are into services, then 20 lakhs is the threshold. However, if you are into interstate supply or servicing clients abroad or a casual taxable person, which means that you don't have a permanent establishment in, say, Karnataka, then, or an NRI who is delivering services in India, then there is no threshold. So your GST registration becomes mandatory effective immediately as soon as you start billing the client or prior to billing the client, in fact. The penalties for non-registration could be 10% of the tax or 10,000 rupees, which is higher. Or if the department proves that there is a tax evasion, it could be 100% of the tax value. So I can take questions in between. So if at all you have any question, please raise your hand. We'll make it interactive. So types of GST, CGST, SGST, and IGST. CGST is, I can skip GST. Okay. So CGST, GST, there is another speaker, so I can skip this. But if at all there are any questions, we can take it offline. Okay, we'll talk about professional tax. This is a direct form of tax which is collected from the employee and both the employer and the employee. What is it? It's a state level tax, which means that each state, except for the union territories, they levy this tax on all of the businesses, irrespective of the organization, right from a proprietorship to a private limited company. Professional tax becomes mandatory. So when is it applicable? There are two components rather in professional tax. There is PTEC and PTRC. PTEC is Professional Tax Enrollment Certificate. This is for the entity itself. If you are a proprietor or a private limited company, PTEC is for the company or the proprietor. PTRC kicks in when you hire your first employee. Within 30 days of hiring your first employee, you need to apply for PTRC. The penalty, if you don't register, is 50% of the tax amount, plus the interest could be up to 1.25% or 1.5% per month. So the penalties are significantly higher. In Karnataka, the government fees for PTRC is 2,500 rupees, and PTEC rather, PTRC. So you, as an organization, you need to deduct 200 rupees every month. Only in the month of February, it is 300 per employee, irrespective of their salary. So the salary, there is a threshold. If an employee's salary is less than 25K, there is no need to deduct a professional tax. The employee's salary has to be above 25K per month. The eligibility required for all business owners, professionals, including chartered accountants, company secretaries, lawyers, their firms need to register under professional tax. It covers both business entity as well as individuals, professionals. Must be obtained within 30 days of starting the business, and it is mandatory even if there are no employees, which is PTEC. So PTRC, the employers having employees, PTRC kicks in. Within 30 days of having your first employee, you need to apply for this. Applicable for all type of entities. The purpose is to collect professional tax and deposit to the state government, and a monthly filing and an annual filing has to be done. Import-export code, like the name suggests, if you are into a business of importing or exporting of goods or services, IEC becomes mandatory. This is earlier that used to be a 10-digit number. Now, whatever is your PAN, If you're a proprietorship, then the proprietor's PAN is typically the IEC, but you still need to apply. You get a certificate for that. If you are any other business entity from a partnership to a private limited company, the firm's or the company's PAN is your import-export code. It's typically issued by the DGFT, which is Director General of Foreign Trade. Very, very easy application to fill. Once you submit, within the same day, you get the import-export code. It is mandatory, as I said, if you are into import or export of business, rather product or services. No business can legally import or export without an IEC, except for personal consumption. If you are importing or exporting for personal consumption, of course, export is not an option. Importing any item for personal consumption, you need not have an IEC. Why is it required? Very straightforward. For international trade, when is it required? As soon as you start your first import or export. The penalty, if you are definitely if you are exporting or importing physical goods, right, without an IEC, you cannot even get the product out of the customs. So an IEC becomes mandatory. That's the fundamental document, and there are hefty penalties based on the value. Who needs an IEC? So every business engaged in import or export of goods or services require an IEC. This could be individuals if you're selling on e-commerce platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, etc. If you're a service provider providing IT, ITES services, startups looking to expand globally. So this, as I mentioned in the earlier slide, consumption IEC is not mandatory. Let's look at the next statutory registration, FSSAI license. So this is typically applicable only for food businesses. If you are a small business, then a basic FSSAI license should suffice. Earlier, the threshold was 12 lakh rupees per annum. Very recently, which is April of 2026, they extended to 1.5 crores. So until you reach that threshold, a basic license should suffice. Now, a state license would be required if you are falling under the turnover of 1.5 crores to 50 crores. Again, this was earlier 50 lakhs. This has been extended to 50 crores. So a larger threshold is now made available. When is central license is very important. So when is that applicable? So if you are into importer, of course, any turnover above 50 crores is definitely applicable. That means you state license would not be sufficient. You might have to apply for a central license. If you are into import or export of food products, then the only option is a central license. A basic or a state license would not suffice. Likewise, there are some other businesses, which is if you are into proprietary food or if you are into health supplements and nutraceuticals, then the only option is central FSSAI license. Your state license or a basic FSSAI license will not suffice. Whom is it applicable to? Restaurants, cafes, cloud kitchens, packaged food manufacturers, bakeries, etc. These are some categories for which FSSAI is mandatory. What is the penalty of non-compliance? Operating without FSSAI license, the first instance, the penalty is up to 5 lakh rupees. It could go much higher. They can also seize the product and ask you to close the business as well. That is in a very extreme case situation, but the minimum penalty is about 5 lakh rupees. So time for some facts. Even if you're selling something through Instagram, still FSSAI is required. Even if you're informal about it, still an FSSAI is required. Also, an interesting fact is the FSSAI license has to be mentioned in your bill, also has to be mentioned and displayed in your, say, a cafe or a restaurant. It is mandatory to display this license, or even packaging for that matter. So ESI registration, which is employees state insurance, this is a social security measure from the central government. When is it applicable? This is applicable only when you hit an employee count of 10. Otherwise, this is not applicable for a business. And this is only applicable for wages below 21K for an employee. If your employee salary is more than this, then ESI is not for them. They have to opt for a third party or a private health insurance provider. The contribution from their wages is 3.25%, which is the employer has to contribute 3.25% of the wages, and 0.75% of the wages, whatever is the wage, right? That goes from the employee's pocket. The penalty is interest and damages, and more importantly, disallowance of expense. What do you mean? So a salary is a legitimate expense for the company or the business, right? So that portion is disallowed by the chartered accountant. You cannot claim that as an expense if ESI or EPF, which I'm going to talk about in the next slide or the subsequent slides, those expenses will be disallowed. You cannot claim it as an expense. So what are the benefits? There are health benefits, such as there are ESI hospitals and dispensaries where the employees could get treatment. Then there are maternity benefits and disablement benefits and dependent benefits. So I'll skip this, very, very self-explanatory. So EPF registration, which is Employee Provident Fund, this is applicable for when your organization strength is more than 20 employees. However, there is a caveat here. So if you want to voluntarily provide this option to your employees, you can do so. ESI is not like that. So you need to cross the threshold of minimum 10, whereas your EPF allows, even if it is one employee, you can still give the EPF benefit to that particular employee. So EPF is Employee Provident Fund. The contribution is 12% from the employer and 12% from the employee. So the employee's contribution is further divided into 3.67 goes towards EPF and 8.33 goes towards EPS, which is Employee Pension Scheme. So that's how it gets subdivided. The penalty again is the same like ESI. There is an interest, there is a demand or a damage, plus the disallowance of expense. So how does EPF help? It helps the employees to build a long-term wealth and a corpus by regular monthly installments. Pension benefits, so a portion, which is 8.33% of the employee's contribution, that goes towards EPS, which is the Employee Pension Scheme, and it helps post-retirement. And there are also tax benefits. So the employee's contribution can qualify under tax deduction under the ATC of the Income Tax Act. This is as per the old scheme. And you can withdraw EPF as well. These are some situations where you could withdraw. Medical emergencies, home purchase or construction, higher education, marriage, all of these, the EPF withdrawal is allowed. Even in cases of non-employment, a partial withdrawal is allowed. Beyond a certain period of time, you can completely withdraw your EPF money. And fairly straightforward process. Earlier, it used to be a cumbersome process. The EPF withdrawal is extremely systematic now. So you can potentially become a crorepati if you can consistently manage your EPF portfolio really well. Even if you're a startup which is not profitable, EPF compliance is mandatory. Right? The moment you apply or register for EPF, the compliance becomes mandatory. So labor welfare fund, not a lot of entrepreneurs are aware of this. So this is again a state level registration which has been revised. That earlier this limit used to be 50. Now they have sort of reduced the limit to 10 employees. So any organization more than 10 employees, then labor welfare fund registration is mandatory, and a payment of 50 rupees from an employee side and 100 rupees from the employer side has to be deposited based on the number of employees annually. The due date of that is 15th of January. So if you miss that deadline, there will be interest and penalties. Now, what is the use of labor welfare fund? So this fund is to support your employee welfare initiatives. This is at a state level. Healthcare assistance, education support, housing, financial aid, welfare programs for the employees' families. This also falls under the labor compliance. Shops and establishments, also called as the labor registration. This has to be applied within 30 days of registration of your business, or once you identify the commercial place for your business. Avoiding registrations such as shops and establishments could attract severe penalties. It is mandatory for all commercial establishments, which include shops, theaters, offices, co-working spaces, restaurants, hotels. So basically, any commercial establishment should have a shops and establishments registration and has to be displayed at the entrance of the or at the reception. What is the purpose? It proves that such a business exists, and in a lot of cases, especially in cases like a proprietorship firm, you can use the shops and establishments registration to open a bank account. Typically, a banker would need any sort of a government proof to activate your current account. For proprietorship firms, you can shops and establishments, if you don't fall under the GST threshold, you can opt for a shops and establishments license. So as I mentioned earlier, this shops and establishment license has to be displayed at the place of business. And you basically this the reason shops and establishments exist is for the welfare of the employees. So it governs all the leave policies, the way the employees have their facilities in your office, etc. Right? So it is for the welfare of the employees. So even if you're again, time for facts, even if you're a startup which has just 3 or 4 employees, right? Then irrespective of the count of number of employees, even if you have 0, by the way, and you have an office space, which is in a commercial establishment, shops and establishments is mandatory. So we get asked the second question, which is, I'm operating from a co-working space. Do I need a shops and establishments license? Because we don't have a office of our own. Irrespective of whatever it is, a shops and establishments license, if you have employees, a shops and establishments registration is mandatory. Whether you have a physical office or you're working off a co-working space, it doesn't matter. A shops and establishments registration is mandatory. POSH, which is prevention of sexual harassment at workplace. This is not a registration per se. This is a policy which gets kicked in the moment you have 10 employees in your organization and a female employee, right? So the objective of such a compliance being in place is to create awareness and sort of implement policies for prevention of workplace harassment and ensuring the female employees are protected. So there is a readdressal system in place. There has to be an ICC committee which is formed and an external consultant who is part of that ICC as well. So any complaints will be addressed directly by the ICC, which is the internal committee. So applicability for any organization having more than 10 employees, your POSH compliance kicks in immediately. So trade license typically issued, at least in Bangalore, issued by the BBMP. When is it required? The moment you start your business, you have a commercial establishment, your trade license sort of kicks in. So there are severe penalties for not applying for a trade license. The government fees is very, very, I would say, comparatively lesser compared to your, so the way they calculate is based on your nature of business and the square feet area. So applicable for restaurants, gyms, factories, offices, shops and any kind of shops, theaters, etc. So BBMP trade license is mandatory. So there are some sector specific licenses. So the ones which I have spoken about earlier are common for most businesses except for FKCCI, right, which is particularly for food business. The rest of it, which is your GST, your import-export code, your professional tax, or your shops and establishment license, or your trade license, these are fairly common, sector agnostic. Right from proprietorship to a private limited company, it is applicable. There are some sector specific licenses. We can have a look at it. If your business, say, let's assume you're into semiconductor chip manufacturing, right? So you need to have a pollution control board consent and an NOC. That is mandatory. If you have a factory which is into manufacturing, then a factory license becomes mandatory. If you are into pharmaceuticals, then a drug license becomes mandatory. NBFC is non-banking financial institution. If you want to create an institution which is not a bank but have the powers to lend to the consumers, then NBFC license becomes mandatory. Now NBFC comes even prior to your, most cases prior to even incorporating the business, right? And clinical establishment, if you are a diagnostic clinic, then this registration becomes mandatory. SEBI registration, if you are into mutual funds or stocks, right? Then or trading for that matter, or advisory services, financial advisory services, then SEBI registration becomes mandatory. Ayush, if you are into those products which can help, mostly cosmetics or nutraceuticals, etc., then Ayush license becomes mandatory. Cosmetics license, very similar. Liquor license or excise license, if you are into that space, then this becomes mandatory. If you are into, say, storing of or meat or ice creams or dairy products, then cold storage, if you have cold storage structure, then this license becomes mandatory. Tourism, the name suggests what it is. If you are running a FM channel, for example, then you need to get a broadcasting license. So there are tons of licenses which are applicable in India. I have covered the most common ones, but these are some sector specific licenses. These are some common mistakes which we've seen as a pattern in the last 10 years of business, ignoring compliance until the funding stage. So most first time founders, we see these common patterns, right? So they wait until they hit the funding stage. It is better to be compliant from day one, because non-compliance is very, very expensive. Assuming no revenue is no compliance, which means that, hey, I'm an early stage startup, I'm not generating any revenue, so I might not fall under shops and establishments or professional tax, right? So there are a lot of licenses, irrespective of what stage you are in terms of business, it could be applicable for you. Missing employee based triggers, this is your professional tax, ESI and EPF. Not understanding mandatory registrations. So what is mandatory for your business? There could be chances that that your nature of business, there could be sector specific licenses which I spoke about. Of course, that is not an exhaustive list, but yeah, you can look out for some sector specific licenses which could be applicable depending on your nature of business. Key takeaways of this session: compliance builds credibility and investors trust. Registrations depend on stage, which is say an ESI is 10 employees and above, EPF is 20 employees and above. Early action avoids penalties and sort of interest or disruption in business, and most importantly, less stress for founders, right? So that's the most important thing. I think I'm done. So I represent a firm called the Startup Zone. We've been in the business since 2015. We do CS, CS, and legal work. Happy to take any questions if we have time. No. Either I've done really well, or you guys did that. I got you bored.
Any questions? Or are you guys sleepy after lunch? Yes, sir.
Sleepy after my session.
So are you guys sleepy? Okay.
Somewhat.
Okay. Any questions? Do let me know. I mean, do let him know, and he'll be around sometime. There is one.
Sir, good afternoon. Generally, what is the time frame? Means, what is the duration it takes for registration process to complete, and what is the charges? What are the range of charges one needs to pay?
So depending on which registration we are talking about, typically, say for example, your GST registration, it takes anywhere between 10 to 15 days. Sometimes earlier, sometimes later, but typically about 2 weeks is what it takes. And each service provider has different rate cards. There's no government fees for GST registration. But to answer your question, there are different registrations, right? So what specifically were you looking for, if that is not?
I can't run around for this completing so many forms, so many places and other things. There will be service providers, right,
Correct.
sir?
Correct.
So what is the range of amount needs to be paid for getting registered?
So there are multiple registrations. For example, if you also depends on the type of entity. For example, if you are a private limited company, one is setting up the company, that is number one, registering with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, or the ROC is what we call it. Then comes your post incorporation registrations or compliance, your GST, your professional tax, CSI, PF. So each of these services, typically at least from startup zone standpoint, I can take talk about, each of these services are charged separately. So roughly, if I have to tell you, if you are a private limited company, most of these registrations should be done within, say, 30 to 40,000 rupees. That's the range.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, actually, we are coming up with an idea of service sector. It is actually a post-maternity service, like for babies, will give bathing and oiling massages. So for everything, do we need any license or medical approval from the doctors?
I don't think so. I'm not an expert in that space, but I don't think so. Obviously, based on your entity, it could be an NLP or a private limited company or whatever, right? I think the basic registration should suffice, which is professional tax, GST if required, provided you reach that threshold, or you feel that there is a lot of input tax credit which you can avail. So, for example, when as startup zone, if I have to bill you, right, if you don't have a GST, you end up paying me GST, but not taking that credit. So a lot of times, even if you don't have the business, a lot of businesses get their GST so that they don't want to miss out on the input tax credit. So GST, professional tax, if you have a commercial establishment, shops and establishments, I think that should suffice. I don't think medical approval is required, as long as you are working with professionals.
Sir, we also have online services, sir. So for that, do we need any?
I don't think so, except that now DPDP is the in thing. So because you will collect a lot of data from the client, right? So you need to be DPDP compliant. But that means that you need to have clear privacy policies in place.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So may I now request Shravan Kurtur to come on the dais and give a token of appreciation to Sharath. So while we move to the next section is going to be Jivika Poda. She's going to talk about Startup Foundation, choosing the right business structure in India. So I'm just going to give a brief about Jivika. Jivika is a company secretary, LLB graduate, and a registered valuer. She also serves as an independent director at A1 Steel India Limited, which has filed its DRHF for main board IPO. She brings over 15 years of professional experience in corporate law, governance, advisory. She is the proprietor of Jivika Poder and Associates, where she works closely with startups, growing businesses, and corporates on structuring, compliances, and strategic decision making. Her areas of expertise includes FEMA advisory, particularly in cross-border transactions such as FDIA and ODIA, business valuation and for fundraising and restructuring and advising startups on fundraise, investor documentation, and drafting and negotiation of commercial agreements. Jivika began her career with Ballarpur Chini Mills Limited, a listed company, and later worked with R. Sridharan and Associates, gaining extensive exposure to corporate secretarial and legal matters. Since starting her independent practice in 2013, she has been actively supporting businesses in building strong governance frameworks and scaling in a compliant manner. With her combined expertise in law valuation and cross-border regulation, she brings practical and real-world insights that are highly relevant for today's entrepreneurs. May I now request you to give a round of applause for Jivika for her session.
so much for the kind introduction. I congratulate FKCCI for this initiative. This is a wonderful initiative for the students. And I also thank them for inviting me and giving me this opportunity for interacting with the future entrepreneurs of our country. Thank you, FKCCI. So, how's the Josh? Are you sleeping? Yes. Sleep well. Okay. So, how many of you here have watched Shark Tank? Okay, quite a few. So, what is the usual question which the sharks ask the founder? First question the sharks usually ask the founders. Anybody here? Valuation. Ask. Okay. What else? Sorry, I'm not able to hear you. Revenue. Okay, good. So, generally, the first question which they ask is the business structure. What is the legal entity they have formed? What is the capital split, equity split, or the shareholding pattern, and whether they have done proper documentation for the same. So for today, this is my topic, Startup Foundation, choosing the right business structure. Okay. Right. Oh.
He's proud this was.
Okay, so all of you present here, do you know what kind of business structures are available for founders? Any idea? What are the business structures or the legal entities that founders can build their business? Nobody? Sorry? What are the business structures available to founders? You have an idea, now you want to convert into a business. You need a structure. What are the available structures for founders? Entities. Okay, okay, no issues. I'll be discussing that. I thought maybe you all knew, you had an idea. Okay. So, since all of you are sitting here in this room, I assume, yeah. Yes, absolutely. 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 You're correct. So, we'll be touching upon these structures while we move forward. Am I doing something? Since all of you are sitting here, I assume all of you have the business DNA in you. You have already thought of some idea, and you should trust your vision more than anybody else. I'll be taking you through the different business structures available, and I'll try to tell you in a very simple form, in a simple way, without using any legal jargon, so that you understand it. Okay. So the first trap which founders get caught in is choosing today's trap. Basically, when founder has an idea and now they're required to choose the business structure for their idea, they think from the perspective that from today, they don't think what structure will support them in the future. So when they're thinking about today, they will usually think, oh, I don't want to spend much. I want a structure which will cost me less and all those things. Due to that, what happens? Usually the kind of structure they end up choosing leads to personal liability for the founders, where in case of any business loss, their personal assets can be attached to cover up that losses. Investor rejection. Investors will not invest in any kind of form of business. They usually invest in private limited only. So we have to be very mindful when we are giving structure to our business idea. Operational friction. It might be that you start your business with a sole proprietorship or LLP, and you think, okay, when I am receiving the funding, I'll convert it to a private limited. Yeah, well, you can do that, but it will require a lot of time at that point of time, and it will cost you much more than it's costing you today to set up a private limited. And it might happen due to that time, your investor might lose interest and you won't get any funding. Okay, so we move to the business structures that are available to founders. So I will be discussing 4 business structures: sole proprietorship, partnership, LLP, and private limited. Sole proprietorship, by the name it means there's a single founder, solo founder, single owner. He is going to take all decisions of the business. Anybody can start a sole proprietorship very easily. It doesn't take much time, much registrations. Few registrations like shops and establishment, professional tax are required, but otherwise you can easily start a sole proprietorship entity. But one of the drawbacks of sole proprietorship structure is this unlimited liability. That means, as I told earlier also, if the business suffers any losses, the founder will be liable to pay those losses out of his or her personal assets, his house, car, bank balance. He need to cover up those losses from there. And if it's a sole proprietorship, it won't be possible for you to scale your business too much. You will need to convert it into a private limited. So for sole proprietorship, what are the compliances? You have to file income tax return. In a sole proprietorship, what happens? The individual, the founder, and the business are one and same. So you don't need to obtain a separate PAN for sole proprietorship. You need to find ITR, GST if applicable. Mr. Sharath already explained the applicability of GST, shops and establishment, PT registration, and basic bookkeeping. Next is partnership firm together. They can form a partnership firm. It's a collaborative knowledge. Partnership firm, again, it's also very easy to set up. You just need to have a partnership deed where all the terms and conditions of your agreement between the partners are mentioned, and you are good to go.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಅದು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಮೈನಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ
ಡ್ರೋನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಲಿಂಗ್ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗತ್ತಂತ ತುಂಬಾ ಕೆಲಸ ನಮ್ಗಿದೆ ನಂಗೆ ತಿರುಗಿ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದವರು ನೀನು ಇಕೋ ಕವರೇಜು ಏನೇನು ಇದಾವೆ ಒಂದು ನೀಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆಯಿಂದ ನೀನು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ದುಡ್ಡಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ ಮುಂದಲ್ಲ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೊನ್ನೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ
Okay, I think it's settled. So again, partnership is also very easy to set up. But like sole proprietorship, partnership structure is also legally weak because it exposes the founders, the partners, to unlimited liability. And there are continuity issues in partnership. If one of the partner leaves the partnership arrangement or for any reason they leave it, then it's difficult for the partnership to continue. Then you need to get in another partner, and sometimes your business will fail because of that. Again, for partnership, you need basic registrations, what you need for sole proprietorship. You need to have 2 or more persons to form a partnership firm. I'm not able to move the slide.
Parshuram, slide. Next slide, go, Parshuram.
Can you move it to the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the registrations are basically the same. Here we need partnership deed also for a partnership firm. Next slide. It's working? Thank you. Yeah. Next business structure is limited liability partnership, LLP. So this structure combines basically the best of both the worlds. It gives you a limited liability benefit also, and it's kind of a corporate structure, and it also gives you a benefits of a partnership. So basically limited liability partnership, again, like partnership, 2 or more persons can come forward and form a LLP. But here, as I said, the main benefit is your liability is limited. So basically, suppose you have started a LLP with the initial capital of around 1 lakh rupees. Okay. And you're doing a business, and for some reason, you incur a liability in your business for around 5 lakh rupees. Okay. How will you pay that liability? So the liability of the LLP is still 1 lakh rupees only. It does not need to pay anything more. That 1 lakh is the maximum liability which it has to pay in the case of, if nothing is there in the LLP, till the limit of the capital. But if it was partnership, then partners would have to pool in their own assets and pay the remaining 4 lakhs also of liability. So this is the benefit that LLP structure is giving. LLP is a separate legal entity, is different from its founders. It has limited liability. There are lesser compliances in LLP as compared to a private limited. But there's one constraint. It is not easy, or it's very difficult to raise fund in LLP. So if you're looking at funding or scaling your business, LLP is not a proper structure. For LLP, what are the compliances needed? Just like partnership, you need to have a LLP agreement between all the founders, all the partners, ITR, GST, shops and establishment, PT, bookkeeping. And there are certain filings which you need to do on annual basis, which is annual return and your financials, statement of accounts. So LLP and private limited are governed in India by Registrar of Companies, which comes under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So you need to do the annual filings. An audit is required if the turnover or contribution threshold limit is breached, which is if you're in turnover, if you're crossing 40 lakhs, and if contribution is more than 25 lakhs, then audit is required for LLP. Otherwise, audit is not mandatory. Now the private limited. In private limited structure, again, we get limited liability. It needs minimum 2 shareholders, 2 founders, 2 people to come together and form a private limited structure. In a private limited, you can issue the shares. The shares are issued to the owners. Private limited structure, whenever an investor comes, if you have a private limited structure, it gives a lot of credibility, and investors would be willing to invest only in a private limited structure. Again, it provides limited liability, But one thing is there, private limited compliances are, it costs more money compared to LLP and other business structure to maintain a private limited. But the benefits what you get are far more. So when you're thinking about setting up your own business structure, don't think about the cost as of now. Think about the benefits that you're going to get from it in the longer term. In a private limited company, you need minimum 2 shareholders who are required to form a company and minimum 2 directors. So shareholders are basically the owners of the company. Directors are the people, officers of the company who basically run the business. So shareholders and directors can be the same persons. You need to hold board meetings. So this group of directors in a private limited company are known as board of directors. So you need to hold certain minimum board meetings in a year. And there is annual general meeting, which is a meeting of the shareholders of the company. So one shareholders meeting is required to be held every year. In that meeting, the financials of the company are placed before them. And these are all the statutory registrations, the similar registrations. You need to do similar filings with ROC on annual basis. And in private limited, you need to do audit of your books of accounts, even if you're not making any revenue. Because sometimes people think if you're not doing business, audit is not required. That is not the case. In private limited, once you've opened the company, audit is mandatory. Okay. So let's compare all the 4 structures. From compliance perspective, proprietorship has a very low compliance requirement. Same for partnership. For LLP, it's a medium requirement. And for private limited, it's a high compliance requirement. Liability, again, proprietorship and partnership, it's unlimited liability. LLP, it's limited. Company also, it's limited. Funding. You can't raise funding in sole proprietorship or partnership structure. LLP, maybe. Chances are very less. Maybe your friends or family will invest in LLP structure. But you are planning to raise outside funds, it has to be a private limited structure. Scalability. To make your business big. It's low in both the proprietorship and partnership structure. With LLP, you can scale to a certain limit, but private limited, sky is the limit. So till now, any questions? Okay. I have this case. I want you all to answer what is the best possible structure. However, the answer may vary and there's nothing right or wrong in this. Okay. A founder is starting a D2C skincare brand. Initial investment is 10 to 15 lakhs. Selling via Instagram plus own website. No external funding is planned. And profits will be reinvested in the business. So the founder wants low compliance, flexibility and control. What structure would you suggest to that founder? Or if you are the founder in this situation, which structure would you want to adopt? Okay, that's good. Anybody else? Come on, start thinking like founders, right? You all are founders, future founders. Okay. Okay. So, as I said, there's nothing right or wrong. Okay, it can be LLP, it can be private limited. Well, but I'll let you know what I think. I think LLP is the best structure here because they are not looking at any external funding. Private limited, you should do when you are looking for external funding because you won't get any external funding in any of the other 3 structures. So here LLP is good because this will also limit the liability of the founder. The founder needs to find one more person to incorporate LLP because minimum 2 partners are needed. It can be friend, family, anybody. And the founder can go ahead with the LLP structure. The compliances will be less compared to a private limited. Okay. Another case is a high growth tech startup. So two founders are building a disruptive AI tool. They are planning a seed round in 6 months, and they are expecting some institutional investors, VCs or angels. They need to scale fast, hire talent, and build credibility. What do you think is the best option for them? Okay. Everybody in the house? Any other suggestion? Anybody? Okay. Yes, yes. It should be private limited because, see, they're planning to raise external funds. Okay. So they won't get funds unless it's a private limited setup. Okay. And again, ESOPs. ESOPs can be issued by a private. ESOPs, you understand? What is it? Employee stock option. That I will be touching upon. ESOPs can be given by private limited only. Okay. So here private limited is a better structure. This case studies I was going to take in the end, but seeing your responses, I had to take it now so that at least you all wake up. The last one is a solo graphic designer is scaling into an agency, currently working as an individual, and they're planning to hire 2 employees, getting bigger client projects. So basically here entity, it's a sole proprietorship kind of entity. Okay, it's already there in place, but now he wants to expand. He wants to hire employee. So what should we suggest them? Suggest him basically. Yes, LLP. So here what I want to say, this sole proprietorship can be converted into LLP. That is possible. Okay. So even if you have started with a structure which may not be correct at a later point of time, we can always try and change the structure. So that is possible. But it, as I told, it takes time and it costs more. But if you're testing waters, your idea is very new, you're not sure, then you might even go with these kind of structures, sole proprietorship, partnership. But when your idea starts getting traction and you start seeing that your idea has commercial value, then you should definitely think about upgrading the structure, business structure. Okay, so I'll talk little more about the private limited structure. Okay, because as I suggested, that is the best if you are planning to raise funding and you can scale much higher in that structure. So in a private limited, the capital structure is there are equity shares. Basically, the units, the ownership is in the form of a shares. You hold the shares in the company. How many of you invest in stock markets? So you buy the shares of the company, right? You are basically the owners of a fraction of the company. Similarly, private limited also, in private limited also, it's the same thing. The shares are issued. Shares can be equity shares, preference shares, or it can be convertible instruments. So equity shares means they were the owners of the company. You have voting rights. You can attend the meetings as a shareholders and vote on the matters. Preference shareholders, they do not have voting rights per se, and they are not entitled to the share in the profits of the company. However, they are entitled to receive certain dividend. Convertible instruments. What are these instruments? So convertible instruments are instruments which are issued in the form of a debentures, which is a kind of a loan, or preference shares, which I told you now, which can be later converted into equity shares, or even compulsorily convertible debentures. CCDs can be converted into preference shares. So you can ask a question, why should I issue a convertible instrument? Why can't I issue equity shares or preference shares from the very beginning? Anybody has any thought on this? Why are convertible instruments being issued? Basically, companies issue the instruments and the investors also invest in those instruments. So you issue equity today, no? Yes.
zero valuation. Then later in future, they value that 5 CR at 20% discounted rate. So that there is a margin for that.
Okay. Okay. You are there. Okay. But I'll tell you. So what happens when you're investing in a convertible instrument? That usually happens when the company's valuation is not, decided, or the founders, owners of the company do not want to put a valuation to the company at this point of time. This is from the owner's perspective. So they do not want to settle the value now. They say, okay, we will issue the instruments, you give us the money, the valuation we will decide at a later point of time when I'm getting a bigger funding round. From the investor's perspective, when investor is giving it in the form of a debt, so what happens if a company is closing down for some reason? Debt holders are paid prior to the equity shareholders. So they are trying to limit the downside of the investment from the investor's perspective. Okay, so this convertible instruments you will usually see being issued in the initial stages, early stages of the startup. Here what happens, suppose I am an investor. Okay, I have invested in your startup. I have taken convertible instrument. Now 1 year down the line, and this company valuation is not decided, I just paid you 50 lakh rupees. Now 1 year down the line, the company's valuation is being done. Company is raising some angel funding or a VC, and the company's valuation is around 10 CR. They did a valuation. At that time, this 50 lakh worth of rupees will be converted into equity shares. Basically, I get ownership of the company. When I am holding CCD, I am not an owner of the company. When this gets converted into equity shares, I become the owner of the company. So at that point of time, usually what happens, I'll ask them, see, I invested in your company 1 year earlier when you were very new, and I'm converting later. I need a discount to the valuation. So even if your company is 10 CR worth, I will convert at 8 CR. That is 20% discount. So this is the advantage an investor also has, that later they convert at a discount. So the more you delay the conversion, the discount increases. If you convert in 6 months, discount is 10%. If you convert in 1 year, 20%. Again, more than 1 year, 30%. Okay. So startup funding journey. So when the founders start the business, usually it is bootstrapped. Basically, they have put their own money. Okay. Then comes maybe family and friends. They'll do a family and friends round where they will raise funding from them. Usually this should also be in the form of a convertible instrument, but there's no such norm. You can even issue equity. Then comes angel investment, where angel investors invest in the company. So this is the stage when you have a thought of an idea and you are, trying to put that idea into the market and test your idea. That time usually angel investors come in. Then the next stage is venture capital, where your idea has worked, it has some traction, you are getting some revenue out of it. That point of time, venture capital investors will come in. And the private equity is the last. These are very big fund houses. They will invest in your business only if you're established business, a mature business, and usually just a pre-IPO kind of funding. The last stage is IPO. So at the angel investment level, usually the question comes, how much should be the dilution? How much equity or how much percentage of my company should I give to the angel investors? Any takers here? Yes, very good. So if it's a convertible instrument, no issues. But if you're giving equity, it can be anywhere between 5 to 10%, 20%. Okay. So again, in the venture capital round, you will again dilute 10 to 15%. Again, when you're receiving funds from private equity, again you will dilute. So after receiving all these fundings, what happens? The founders usually, they see that they are holding around 40 to 50% or maybe even lesser in the cap table. Okay. One very important thing you all should remember, whenever you are forming a business structure with your founders, you should always enter into a founders agreement. Why? Because tomorrow what happens, there may be some conflicts between the founders. So what are the common conflict points? Decision making, who will make what decision, what are the roles and responsibilities? You have taken more share, I have got less shares. So you should always put all these down in the form of an agreement, which is known as founders agreement. So you should always enter into a founder agreement whenever you have formed a private limited, immediately after that. And it should also have a vesting mechanism, like what will happen to the shares if a founder wants to leave. Those shares he might have to return to the remaining founder. Some mechanism will be provided in the agreement. So this reduces any kind of disputes later on. ESOP, again, as I told you, private limited company can issue ESOPs. ESOPs are options which are given to employees, which they can later convert into shares, because employees also become owner of your company. They have put in so much hard effort. You want to reward them, so you give them a share in your company. So ESOP, again, it can be anywhere between 5 to 20% of your total cap table. It depends at which stage you are in. If you're in a very early stage, ESOP can be between 5 to 10%. And as you grow, this percentage keeps increasing. Last, protect your brand name. Trademark your brand name. It's very important. Any investor comes, they'll also see whether the brand on which you're building business is legally protected or not. So you can trademark your brand name. If it's innovation, it can be patented. Yeah. So as founders, if you are planning to raise funding, please opt for private limited company. If you have plans to scale, opt for private limited company, because in LLP, you can scale up to only a certain limit. But if you're testing a small idea, independent idea alone, you can even go for a sole proprietorship. And when you find the traction, you can convert it into a proper business structure. So that's it from my side. Any questions?
Any questions from anybody?
So, a business, an idea, you have to convert an idea into a business. And to convert that idea into a business, it requires solid foundation. And one of the foundation is choosing an appropriate business structure. So I think it has given you a brief idea of what business structures you can opt for. You can go and study about them yourselves. And if you have any doubt, my number is also there. You can reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request Shravan to come onto the dais and give a token of appreciation to Jivika Podar. So I just have a couple of announcements while we do the felicitation to madam. So anyone who's come in a car or a two-wheeler, I request you to collect the parking ticket or the parking coupon available at the counter while exiting the premises in the same floor. So that will make you exit with the easy parking without the charge. Okay, that is one thing. Second thing is, I've noted while I was walking around, I noticed a lot of people using mobile phones. Okay, some were playing chess, some were watching reels here, and the only girl I saw who was writing down notes is the white shirt in the second or third row over here. So the only girl I noticed. So can everyone give a big round of applause for her? So she was the only person who was making notes throughout. Okay, at least in that back section. I know in this front row there are 3 or 4 people, but in the back section I noticed only one girl writing that note. So good job, girl. Okay, moving to the next speaker, we have Vinay Karthik, who's a chartered accountant. He is currently a partner in CNK, HSK, and Associates LLP, Bangalore. With the post-qualification experience of 8 years, he specializes in practices in indirect taxes since the enactment of GST law. He represents and appears before various forums and levels at the department. In addition to the litigation practice, he has rich and extensive hands-on experience on various compliances under the GST law. He actively participates and regularly conducts training sessions at work on various updates and latest developments. He has actively contributed to various articles contributed by the firm for various professional bodies. Outside of work, he is an avid reader and always enjoys a game of badminton. So please give a bigger round of applause for CA Vinay Karthik. He will be talking about GST for founders, what you must know before you invoice. Over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible? I can't hear anyone. I know what's missing in this hall. I think it's a bucket of popcorn, right? Right? Okay. Before we start, we'll just have a quick exercise. Let's crack some joints. All of you just get up for me. Flex, flex, do this. Do whatever you want. See, now I can hear some noise. Ah, what a relief. Okay, I'll ask a few questions, okay? If we know the answer for this, sit down. Otherwise, you can stand, right? What's the GST rate on popcorn? The question should have been whether it is salted or caramel. Correct? Okay, what if it is salted popcorn? 5%? Who feels it's 5%? Okay, you guys sit down. Only those who answer, huh? I can see all of you, by the way. Okay. Whether, I'll ask the next question. Okay. Whether Vicks is a medicine or a confectionery item. Not a medicine? Sure. Because the courts have said it's medicine, not a confectionery item. Sorry? Okay, I'll rephrase the question. Whether Hajmola is a confectionery item or a digestive medicine. Everyone answered this question. Next question. No, not everyone is sitting. Cheating, yeah. How many of us know what is HSN? HSN. I'll just spell it out. Harmonized System of Nomenclature. We know? Perfect. You're anyway sitting. You know what it is? Okay, you can sit down. How many rates are there in GST? 4? Can you please tell it? I'll give you 5%, 0%, 12%, 18%. 24? 28? How about 40? Right? Okay. Whoever said this can sit down. Hey, cheating. You didn't answer there. Okay. How many of us believe GST is one nation, one tax? Raise your hands. I can't see you. Sure. How many laws are there? One act? It should be one act, no? If that's the situation. But that's not how it is. So yeah, you can, good try, you can sit. It's not one nation, one tax, by the way. How many types of GSTs are there? 2 or 3? 3? 4? 3? 3 or 4? Okay, we'll have a contest, okay? Who says 3, say yes. 3. 4. Okay. Whoever said 3 or 4 can sit. 3. It's 4. Okay, see, these guys are actually honest. Okay. Let me ask. You know what is compensation cess? No? Yes? Can you tell me what that is? Damage yarge. Customer ge. So why will the government charge you tax for something that damages the customer? Vapas hodaga. Okay. That's not compensation cess. Compensation cess is when GST was introduced, some states underwent a loss from the VAT regime to GST regime. That's why compensation cess was levied to compensate the states from the loss that was there. Anyway, you can say. What question can I ask you? What do you know about GST? Don't tell me GST is good night, sweet dreams, take care. Huh? That's GST. Perfect. Okay. Good. That's the full form. Anything else? Anything other than what I asked? No? When was it introduced? Easy question. I'll give you answers, okay? 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. 16? 16? 18? Who believes it's 2016? Guys, you heard the question. When was GST introduced? 2016? Who says 2016? Raise your hands, no? Okay. Who says 2018? Okay. Who says 2017? Okay, actually it's 2017, so you guys can sit. Right. Thanks for bearing with me. Just a few. I saw all of you guys are already sleeping. I know it's the end, the last session. See, GST somehow coincidentally is like that. It's something that we always look at the end and then realize this is 18% of my turnover. Why wasn't I advised in a particular fashion? Now I think that's the most beautiful aspect of this subject. And I think the topic that was given to me also envelops this. What you should know before you invoice. Okay. How many of us are from commerce background? Just for my understanding. Very few. Science? Oh, fantastic. Okay. See, any taxation law, for that matter, works on trust, right? The government says, you have to levy tax and pay, and they trust us. Now, what is that trust? I heard someone laughing. Someone has trust issues? No? Okay. So, GST has a concept called self-assessment. I'll just read out the section, okay? I won't bore you much. It says, every registered person shall self-assess the taxes payable under this act and furnish a return for each period as specified under section 39. What does this mean? The entire responsibility of reading the act, understanding the act, implementing the act, enforcing the act lies on who? Self, right? Who is that self? When you mean ourself, it is our company or our proprietorship or our LLP, which ma'am was explaining to us. So why is it important to understand the law? Is because tomorrow if something goes wrong, whom will they catch? You. And what is the consequence for this? It's 18% of your turnover. I mean, I'm just straightly putting because 18% is the most commonly used tax rate. Now that 18% is not just 18%. It comes with interest, it comes with penalty. And an assessment that is, which is done by the tax authority, happens, say, after 4 years. What happens to your interest? It's as good as your tax amount. So if some tax goes unpaid and it is detected, your liabilities, your exposure is up to 3 times the tax rate. If your tax rate is 18%, then your exposure is 54%. 54% of your turnover, not your margin. Is that high enough to be careful? It is, right? Now, why did I bring out self-assessment? The very first stage where self-assessment happens is when you raise an invoice. Because Now, these are the contents of invoice, right? All of us know. We've seen an invoice before. You go to a restaurant, you buy a book, you buy a shirt, you buy whatever you want. You go to a saloon, you get a GST invoice. Now, these are the few contents of an invoice. Everyone agrees with me? Just pause for 2 minutes and read this. Yes? Guys, you have a joke to share? I can give you the mic. Everyone agrees to this? Has anyone seen this in the invoice? All that we're interested is total bill. Estai to eli sir sako. Correct, no? Okay. Now to ensure, how many elements are there? Quite a few, right? To ensure all of this is correct, you must know what is each of all of this. Now we have the supplier details. Okay, before I enter this, two things you have to remember. Supplier means the one who is providing the services or giving the goods or selling the goods. Recipient means who is receiving the goods or receiving the services. So there is supplier details, there is recipient details, there is goods, services, rate of tax, HSN, whatnot. Everything that you want to assess the liability is there in the invoice. Now let's bucket this into 4 categories. One, let's talk about registration. Then let's talk about what is a supply. Then let's talk about what is a zero rated benefit. How many of us plan to export our services? No one? No one wants to go global? Very surprising. And let's talk about what is IRN and what is e-way bill. Okay. What's the limit for GST registration? No one knows. 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs. 20 or 40? 40. Who says 20? Minimum 20, maximum 40. Okay. Do we know when 40 applies? Product means both goods or service, so you have to be specific. 20 for goods, 40 for services. Okay. I'll take a 40 for goods, 20 for services. What if I have both? 40. Okay. So the threshold is actually 20 lakhs, irrespective of whether it's goods or services. But there is a small relaxation that the government has given saying if you're solely into goods, then you have a turnover limit of 40 lakhs. Now 40 lakhs is turnover, again not profit. Hope that's clear. Now when you apply for a registration, you apply it for what? Is it for your factory? Is it for your office? Or is it for your any place of business? What we are dealing in. Okay. Now let's say I run a chain of theaters in Bangalore. Okay. I have theaters in 5 locations in Bangalore. Do I apply separate registration for each theater, or is it one registration for all 5? One for all 5. Okay. So one registration, which is my office, and 4 other are branch offices. Perfect. Now let's say I have theaters in Bangalore, I have theaters in Kochi, I have theaters in Bombay. So I apply one registration for all the 3 states or separate registration for all the 3 states? So it was a mixed response. Separate or one? Separate. So we're all clear with that, no? Okay. Hey, the answer is there only. I didn't realize. Now, how many of us plan to sell through e-commerce platforms? We do, right? All of us want to do that because that's where and by the way, Instagram is considered as e-commerce platform. So how many of us want to sell through e-commerce platforms? Remember, the 40 lakhs, 20 lakhs doesn't apply for you. You have to register on day 1. The moment you list your product on any of these e-commerce platforms, your 20, 40 lakhs doesn't apply. Okay. So it's mandatory registration. Like this, there are many other places where the registration is mandated. So I thought e-commerce is very relevant, so I thought I'll bring it up. Now, getting a registration was a pain. It was a tedious process. It was very, lengthy. It used to take a lot of time. What the government decided, I mean, when I mean government, it's the GST Council, which takes all these policy decisions. What they decided in their 56th meeting is, we'll have to fast track the registration process. So they introduced a new way where a registration can be given to you in as less as 4 hours. In our office, we have seen morning I apply, evening I've got the registration. Now, what are the conditions for that? It's not for everyone, right? So it comes with all these conditions. The tax on your B2B business. What is B2C? It's not B2B, B2C as per law. Now, customer has GST registration, then only it is B2B registration. Then that is where I am registered and where my customer is registered, my total tax liability, all the 4 heads, C, S, I, and CES, should not cross 2.5 lakhs per month. That's a condition. If it crosses 2.5 lakhs, this is not the scheme for us. Now, what you should do, you will end up waiting for 3 months. There's a minimum waiting period of 3 months under the scheme, and then you can convert it into a normal scheme. Now, what happens when you convert it into a normal scheme? Then all the registration procedure applies. It will be a detailed scrutiny. They might call for documents. They might, in fact, visit your premises to see whether you're doing business or not. All such things can happen. Yeah, so that comes with this condition. Now, I took up that example of a chain of theaters, right? So in registration, it is mandatory that we include all our places of business, whether it is our principal place of business. Principal place of business is the place where I register my proprietorship or the company or the LLP. So that is as per our income tax, communication or our MCA communication. In all your additional place of business is your warehouse, is your other branch offices that you have within the same state. Now, why is this important? Now, let's say you have a bill to ship to model, or you have a bill to ship from model. That is, you bill from your head office, but you ship the goods from your warehouse. Right? That's possible, no? If you have a good situation where your warehouse is some other place. Now, all of these places, wherever you're billing from and wherever you're shipping from, has to be registered on the GST portal. If you don't, what happens? There are chances that they can say this is supplied from an unregistered place of business, and this can call for penalty. So you have to be very careful. Now, okay, how many of us want to start off as sole proprietor? No one? No one? Wow, okay. How many of us want to do as LLP? No one. Everyone wants private limited only. Okay, LLP, yeah. Sorry? Already private limited. Perfect. Do we earn FD interest? I'm sure we earn, right? Do you have residential property on rent which you get money from? If you have, you have. Both of these are actually exempted from GST. It's not that it is not taxable. It is taxable, but it is specifically exempted. Now, why is this important? Now, let's say you have 19 lakhs turnover on a taxable item, whether it is a service or goods, and you have 2 lakhs FD interest. What's your total turnover? 21 lakhs. Did you breach the threshold of 20 lakhs? Yes, right? But you're paying tax on what? 19 lakhs. So you should be careful enough to include both of this FD interest, and if at all you have any residential rent, for computing the threshold of 20 lakhs. Only for that sole purpose. You will obtain the registration. Until now, you were thinking that 19 lakhs is my turnover. Anyway, no tax is payable. So the moment you put FD interest, you become registered. You're supposed to become registered. Then your balance 19 lakhs is taxable. Confusion, clear? All good? Understood? Perfect. Now I said there are certain categories that are exempted. Anyone take a wild guess what is exempted other than these two? Huh? Electricity bills. Okay. Think of something that you might do which can be exempted. Which is exempted? Education? Education is exempted, no? Healthcare? Exempted? Sorry? I didn't get. NGO, yeah, charitable organization, yeah. Charitable organization. In goods, let's talk about goods. How many of us want to do trading? Otherwise I'll skip the goods part. Anyone wants to do trading? Agricultural products? No? Okay. In goods, just to giving you an example, agricultural produce is exempt. So if at all your turnover is 100% only exempt, then you don't have to take registration. Very simple, logical. Now there's something called as a reverse charge mechanism. Okay, let's understand. How does GST work? I am the supplier. I give you the services. I have to collect consideration from you. While collecting consideration, I'll also put plus 5% or plus 18% and I collect the GST and then I deposit to my government. Now how reverse charge works is it's ulta. Government says forget the supplier. I am talking to you as a recipient. If you have received certain services or goods from a particular person, then you pay the tax on that directly. Googly? Okay, I'll ask. I'll clarify again. How does it generally work? I supply, I charge tax, collect both consideration and tax, and remit to the government. Reverse charge is where I shift the liability on the recipient. I have received the services, I have paid the supplier some money, but their supplier will not charge tax. The duty is on me to compute tax on this transaction and pay it to the government. So that is reverse charge mechanism. So if your turnover is completely reverse charge mechanism, then it's registration is not required. Now I'll give you an example of where it is reverse charge. All legal services is under reverse charge. So none of the lawyers are registered under GST. So they use this clause and then they come out of it. Okay. Now I was talking about the second bucket, that is the supply. Why is this important? Because we have to identify what we are giving is goods or services. Now that is important to tell us what is the rate of tax. Now we said caramel popcorn is 18, salted popcorn is 5. So these confusions happen. This is a classification related disputes. Now there's something called as a place of supply. All of us have heard this, right? GST is a destination based tax. Yes? Okay. So there are certain rules to identify the place of supply. Now what the place of supply does is, it tells us which type of tax to pay. If the place of supply is in Karnataka and I am also registered in Karnataka, I have to pay CGST and Karnataka GST. Say if the place of supply is in Maharashtra and I am in Karnataka, I have to pay something called as IGST. Now a simple way to understand this is an immovable property situation. Now say the immovable property is located in Bangalore and I am in Bangalore, so the place of supply is Bangalore. I have to charge CGST, SGST on the rental this thing. Now say I'm only in Karnataka, but I have a property in Maharashtra. What should I do? IGST. First of all, I should check whether I should register there or not. Now for keeping the registration aside, let's assume I'm only in Karnataka. So the place of supply falls in Maharashtra, so I have to charge IGST. Now another aspect that we have to keep in mind is, what is the time of supply? Now when should I raise the invoice is another important aspect. Do we know that advances are taxable? Yes? Yes or no? I can't hear. No? No one wants to answer? That also no response. We are too tired for the day. So, okay. Advances for services are taxable. Advances for goods are not taxable. Again, that is very important to know. I've given you the place of supply provisions. Once this is circulated, you guys can go through that. Even time of supply is given. Yeah. We said no one is interested in exporting, so I'm skipping this part. Place of supply. This. So the place of supply provisions for goods are separate and for services are separate. Okay. So all of them are captured in this PPT. So just to quickly tell, on exports and if I supply to an SEZ transaction, there's something called as a zero rated benefit. It means that the tax is chargeable at 18%, but because you're exporting or because you're supplying it to an SEZ, the government has said, don't, we want the net impact of tax to be zero. So what do you do in such situations? Either you don't charge the tax, and whatever ITC you would have accumulated on all your purchases, you can go for a refund, or I charge tax and I go for a refund of the tax. So tax neutral situation in both the cases. I'll just skip this paucity of time. Anyway, we're not interested. Okay. How many of us know what is IRN? Invoice reference number, e-invoice, QR code. We know? When is it applicable? Don't see the board. When is it applicable? 5 crores? Turnover of which year? This year? Previous year? Previous year. So IRN is applicable if in any of the preceding financial year, my turnover has crossed 5 crores. Now what you should do is you have a separate portal called e-invoice portal wherein you have to go upload all your transactions and generate a QR code. Now why the government has implemented this? They wanted to track every single invoice that we are issuing through a particular software, and that's how it's routed through IRN and then it's coming to our Now what if I don't generate IRN? I've seen a lot of instances where either we don't know that IRN is applicable or IRN is not generated. Every invoice where IRN is not generated, the penalty is 50,000. That's the general penalty. And my customer who is purchasing from me cannot get the credit of the tax that I have charged him. We know, right? ITC is available, input tax credit is available to the registered person wherever he buys. So that's the direct consequence. Another thing is e-way bill. Wherever movement of good happens, where the value is more than 50,000, you have to generate e-way bill. What if e-way bill is not there? Someone can stop your consignment and levy a penalty which is as equivalent as twice the tax that is payable. So that's another thing. One last question I'll ask. Now let's say I have taken the goods myself and I'm walking and going to my house or to my office. Is e-way bill applicable? Goods are worth, say I bought a laptop, took it from the store and I'm going to my office. Is e-way bill applicable? No? Why? It's movement, no? So e-way bill is applicable only for a motorized movement. That means a vehicle should be involved, whether it's 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, 6-wheeler, 8-wheeler, whatever it is. So only if it's motorized movement, then e-way bill is applicable. We can close, or you want me to? Okay. So see, these are all the things that we have to keep in mind. Again, for paucity of time, I have not stressed on a lot of aspects. Be very careful when we do something because, as I said, the penalty can go as high as 3 times your tax rate. And that directly eats into your profits. No one's going to pay you for that. If today you charge the right tax, customer will pay you. You can pay to the government. If you forget to charge, then it's out of your pocket. Either you put your hand into customer's pocket or government puts hand in your pocket. So that's the situation. So keeping that in mind, I think GST again is quite important. So understanding these concepts will take some time. Again, given the plurality of business models that we have, whether it is service goods or service and goods, so these things make a lot of difference in identifying the rate of tax, what is the place of supply. So those things, require a lot of attention. Yeah. So with this, I would want to conclude. Any doubts, you can contact me. That's fine.
Thank you, Vinay, for taking us through a little bit of waking up exercise in the beginning of the session and then sharing your thoughts on the very basics of GST. Of course, it's not expected that all of you become GST experts after a 30-minute session. You will definitely have a lot of doubts, and that's how the contact details are there. You can reach out anytime. So can we have a round of applause for Vinay? And as a token of appreciation, friends, this is where we conclude the third knowledge workshop. Look out for your inbox. We will send out an email regarding the next stages of Manthan journey for each one of you. I hope the online ones can also hear me. We will reach out to you with the next steps formally on an email. And for those of you or your friends or your teammates who are a part of the business plan submission who couldn't attend today, the recorded version of today's session, of course, just like Knowledge Workshop 1 and 2, would be uploaded, and we will send an email having the links for the sessions today as well. I wish you all the very best. Gear up for the subsequent rounds. Please do utilize the availability of mentors and speakers on the MSME Conclave day in the Palace grounds. See you all there. Thank you.
ಏನಿದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ